Okay, probably back. We'll give it a couple more minutes. Someone let me know when it seems to resume. Oh, I guess it also like cut out on both sides. It did it on the Twitch side, and I guess it also did it on the YouTube side. Let me just fix up things here. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I guess my internet just decided to cut out for a second. Hopefully it doesn't do that again, because man, that's mad annoying. What was the last thing you saw before it cut out? Umineko so much you changed it twice in one day. Alright, if you're not gonna answer me about what you saw last, I'll just go look at my VOD then. Oh, thank you. And stream ended on Canon saying the fated day. Alright, so it's not like it was that much. Too long ago. Surely today is the day. Yeah, it's today. October 5th, 1986. The fated day. Fated day. It's like they both decided on something, and that October 5th would be when it happens. Like, decided on something, like, long ago. The day that one of us will die. Or maybe we'll both shoot at the same time and both die. That might happen too. In fact, that's not so unlikely at all. Right, even if that happens, our loves will surely be made complete. Do we really need to duel? We do. You said it yourself. We should have done this much sooner. But why?
私にとって君は
僕にとって姉さ
んはもう邪魔なのだから
Just in the way. Holy. Oh, they in the way though. Whoop. I need that. How they... Oops. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both. Why? For what reason? Why must this day come for this pair, who are connected by a bond different from romantic love, as though they were real siblings? It's a great mystery. Great mystery. And also a great mystery is the question of how this can be the key towards unlocking Battler Sen's locked room. If I watch over the stool instead of running away, will I find a key towards solving that locked room? I will, right? Jefferson. Furfur. Birth of New Witch. Instrumental. Oh man, where's the vocal one? Plus this sounds pretty sick so far. Ooh, the claps, dude. The cathedral was beautifully decorated to be the place the wedding between the Territory Lord, Lord Battler, and his wife-to-be, Lady Erica. The goats! A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Holy! Dude, this track is sick. Fitting for a demon's wedding. It was not solemn or quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. Oh, there you are! Where were you this entire episode?
ゼファルとフルフルのところに身を寄せていると聞いています。愛を司れば魔王陛下とて退かねばならぬほどの力を持つ方々です。
Demon King.
何かの力になってくれると思いたいのですが。
あいつらの
Oh, Gap, you're here too.
よく知ってるわ。素直に力を貸してくれる連中じゃないのはあんたもよく知ってるでしょうが。
ですが、しかしだからこそ奇跡にも通ずる力を与えられるのです。
とにかくバトラ君の心を密室から助け出せればなんとかなるのです。ガープは密室が大好物なんでしょ。何か妙案は思いつかないのですか。
ひどい密室よ。バトラとエリカの2人で赤き真実だらけのガッチガチ。内部からの単独脱出は不可能だと断言できるわ。
やはり誰かが入れ替わりで内側に入りチェーンを締めるほかありません。
その誰かが現れてくれればバトラを助けるのは容易よ。11人
Oh,
も
the
いるんです。
guitar in this section. There are voices in this. Oh man, what are they saying? Speak louder.
その11人はゲストハウスの2階にそれぞれ封じられています。なんとかそこを抜けられれば。
なるほど。バトラ様の密室を解くのとゲストハウス2階の2つのどちらかの密室を解くのは同じことというわけですな。
そういうことよ。バトラの客室だけにこだわるのは思考的密室も同然だわ。バトラを助けるために開く密室は客室じゃないゲストハウスの密室なのよ。
お気の毒ですか。
Excuse you, what's with your freaking nerd glasses? Okay, so the solution now is just to bust the wall into the room in the middle, and then they can leave out that middle door, that middle room door, and then they could go help Battler.
ゲストハウスの2部屋は我らアイゼルのユングフラが封印を担当しております。
あんたらは封印と結界は大のお得意だもんね。
しかしさすがはミス・ガープ。バトラを救うべく破るべき密室はゲストハウス側であると気づかれるとはお見事です。もうじき式も始まるでしょうが、それまでの退屈しのぎに一つ現場の再構築でも。
いいのですか。エリカ教の駒であるあなたの守秘義務に違反しませんか。
いいえ、構いません。存分に現場の封印を確認なされて絶望された方が心の底から 四季を祝福できるに違いないですから。
Alright, but you don't actually believe that, do you? You don't like Erica.
ユージ乗るわその挑戦。リア式前にちょっとつまみ食いさせてもらいましょうよ。
それではアイゼルネのお嬢様方、再構築をよろしくお願いいたします。
金系謹んで受けたまわり立てまする。ここはいとこ部屋ですね。
隣部屋も構造は全く同じです。それでは存分にご検証を。
部屋にいるのは源氏、ゴーダ、カノ、そしてクラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカの計6人ですな。
隣部屋は秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條、計5人です。
バカねあんたたち。誰がいるかなんて今はどうでもいいのよ。この部屋からどう脱出するかだわ。
そうでしたね。扉も窓も封印されていますから、なんとか他の場所から脱出を。
私ね、あんたら天界の連中が得意とする勢いでごまかす力技、よーく理解してるのよ。密室じゃないわよねこの部屋。
金系謹んで申し上げる。我らが担当したる密室は完璧なりえ。
Ah, but you didn't say it in red.
あんた前回は金蔵の部屋で窓の封印を担当してたわよね。バトラーは金蔵を。
それはコーネリアのミスではあり、その筆跡は上司の私が賜ります。
金蔵の書斎の時と全く同じよ。窓からこの密室は破れるわバレバレなのよあんたたちの手口は。
どうしてです？エリカ卿は部屋単位で封印をしたのですよ。窓の封印ももちろん含まれ、部屋を丸ごと封じたはずです。
Which side of the window is the tape on?
なるほど。どうやら私たちは封印の定義を勘違いしてしまっているようですな。ガムテープで封じられた密室は破れないわけではありません。牢屋ではないのです。
そういうことよ。封印は確かに密室を保証するわ。でも密室を維持することを保証はしないわ。ガムテープが破られない限り密室であることを保証するだけ。
我々は何も誤解させるつもりはありません。ガムテープが維持される限り密室を保証する、それだけです。
それでどうして窓からなら密室を破れるのですか？
簡単じゃない。ガムテープをぶっちぎって外へ飛び出すだけよ。ゲストハウスの外壁の構造は知らないけど、あの小娘が誰にも知られずに這いずり回って外からガムテープが貼れる程度には足場もあるはず。
So it is on the outside? Then couldn't you make the argument that the seal didn't hold because of the rain beating down on the freaking tape? Duct tape is impressive, but it won't stay sticky for long if it's like outside with the rain pouring on it, especially rain in like in the middle of a typhoon with all the wind and stuff.
ガムテープを破れば封印が破られたことが直ちにわかります。そして私たちは封印が健在であることをバトラのロジックエラー時にも証明しているはずです。
そうね。確かにあんたたちはあの時点でも封印が破られていないことを証明したわ。だから密室だと私たちは誤解させられた。封印イコール密室とは限らないのよ。
That was the demon who specialized in putting an end to locked room mysteries. She drew herself up and looked down on the short Eleanor, as though a challenge such as this was like taking candy from a baby. Eleanor looked up at her with a bold expression. Sparks flew between them.
封印イコール密室ではないのですか？
Kinda what I've been saying earlier.
そんなバカな。
思い出してリーア、あの時エリカたちは何の封印を見せた？何の封印の維持を見せたの？
なるほど。天界大法院の得意そうな改ざん術ですな。
引き捨てなりません。お伺いしましょう。
だから言ってるでしょ。窓よ、確かにあんたたちは彼らを封印で封じたわ。その際には窓も含んでいるわ。そしてその証明は封印時になされた。ここまでは OK よ。でもね、
They only showed the doors whenever they went back to the front of the cousin's room. Right.
しかしその後、中の人間は誰でも、ここには誰がいるんだっけ？ゲンジ、ゴーダ、カノン、クラウス、ルドルフ、ジェシカ。
There goes the flex tape. They didn't have that back then.
誰でも可能よ。窓のガムテープをちぎってここから抜け出し、バトラを助けに行くだけ。
ですからその封印は健在であるとロジックエラー時にも証明が。
違いますよ。あの時エリカ教が証明されたのは扉の封印だけ。
That's quite the face he got there.
そういえばあの時エリカ教は2部屋の扉を示し、その封印の健在を主張した時、窓の封印には触れなかった。
それが正解よ。確かに封印時は扉も窓も完璧だったでしょうよ。でもロジックエラー時には扉しか封印を証明しなかった。つまりエリカがゲストハウスを去ってから以降、窓を破って自由に部屋を出ることが禁じられていない。どう？グーの音も出ないでしょう。これがあんたたちのやり口を。
上司ドラノール、ソラさん。
どうやら新郎新婦が到着されるようです。おしゃべりはこれくらいにしましょう。それでは後。
And away she goes. With an amused grin on her face, Delnor turned around. But that had to have hit her where it hurt. Cap had no intention of letting her get away. She grabbed Delnor's shoulder.
待ちなさいよ。ロジックエラー時に窓の封印が維持されているかを証明しなさいよ。でなければこの部屋の誰でもバトラの救出は可能だわ。
誰が救出を可能だというのですか？
誰でもいいのよ。じゃあ個人的好みでカノン君を指名するわ。身軽そうだし気配を消すのも得意だしね。エリカの後をつけ素早くバトラ君と入れ替わるのにぴったりだわ。
可能に不可能です。
不可能だね。
Possible.
普通の言葉じゃ信用しないわ。赤き真実であんたの赤き太刀にかけて誓いなさい。
ミスカート、これより始まるのは神聖なる本義です。その神聖なる場で太刀を持てとおっしゃる。
What stopped you before?
無礼無粋を極めるかと思います。それはまたの機会がいいです。それではこれまで。
Oh,
カノンにバトラの救出が可能よ。エリカ封印後に窓を出て
oh damn.
客室のバトラ君と入れ替わり、チェーンロックを閉めてクローゼットに隠れた。
不可能です。窓も封印を維持しています。無論ロジックエラー時にです。
Cap's blue wedge in rapid reverse roundhouse crossed with Delnor's red longsword and both pointed at each other's throat. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goat guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting.
何？ちゃんと返せるじゃん。どうしてもったいぶったのよ。
やがてその思考にベアトリーチェが気づき、それを救出の鍵として 婚礼に乱入してくるだろうと思っていました。しかしそれに先にあなたが食いつき、奥の手を見せることになるとは思いませんでした。
汚いやつだわ。あんたらわざと窓を疑わせてベアトを誘い出して返り討ちにしようと罠にしていたのね。
花嫁を警護する人間として当然のことです。
It sounded like a good plan, too.
これで満足ですか？魔界式の婚儀は実に下品で野蛮です。では失礼。
おっと、まだ騙されないわよ。あんたが言った窓の封印はカノンのいとこ部屋のものでしょ。じゃあ隣部屋の窓はどうなの？あんたはカノンの救出の可能性について不可能と切り返しただけよ。隣部屋の人間の可能性はまだ生きてる。
Ooh, pressing her even more.
しつこいお人です。
Oh.
ご無礼お詫びするであります。本
come on, you were getting in the way of this. Get out of here.
失礼ながらご両名の招待状と受輪を拝見します。
ドラノル・エノックス、花嫁側参列者。
Off your glass. Why were you wearing glasses in the first place?
招待状と受領員、並びに花嫁警護役の証明書です。ノックス主席殿と確認しました。バトラ教の婚儀へようこそ。
ガープよ。花婿側参列者招待状といけない。
受付受領員がないに。
ダイレクトにここに来ちゃったから受付通ってないわ。でへ受領員まだなの。
あなたはこんな時にどうしてまた。
Her formal attire? What, just putting on a pair of glasses?
失礼ながら別室へご同行願います。
Oh no, she's in trouble. Elnor watched, shrugged, and turned away.
待ちなさいよドラノール。私の青き真実に答えなさいよ。
天界大法院の見解をご希望でしたら、法院規定に従いご申請をお願いいたします。
近景窓口は平日10時から17時までと知りたまえ。12時から1時間15分は昼休みと知りたまえ。
They get an hour 15 for lunch break?
近景申請書には修正液20号線は一切認められぬものと知りたてまつれ。
某イベントの申し込み書もそれがあると落ちるって噂があるに。都市伝説です。多分。
Just what are they talking about?
本件青き真実を口頭での仮受付といたします。正式な申請が受理されるまで保留とし、重複申請を禁じます。
わけわかんないわ。私の青き真実に答えるの？
月曜日にご申請いただければ来月末頃にはご回答できるでしょう。重複申請は禁じられていますので、たった今あなたが口にされた青き真実は本婚儀では使用不可とします。根拠法令大法院事務規則第214条の15、重複申請の禁止について。
That just doesn't sound fair.
近景謹んで申し上げる。ロジックエラー時に隣部屋の窓の封印が暴かれていたことを理由とする青き真実の使用を禁じるものと知りたまえ。
Forbidden for a Bluetooth to be used if based on the argument that the window sills of the next room over were torn at the time of the logic error.
近景謹んで申し上げる。当該の青き真実への回答義務は発生しないものと知りたてまつれ。
今日もな、ちょっと話しなさいよウサギ楽団。
The Chester sisters led Gap away. This one she had thought that she reached a core. They had underhandedly refused to respond. However, this was a big clue. There's a chance that the window seals on the next room over have been broken. In other words, it might have been possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Balor. Yo, let's go, Nanjo! We can do it! And yet, just now, the option had been sealed away. The use of any Bluetooth based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken, had been prevented. It was now impossible to claim that the five who could have saved the Battler were the ones who did it.
何よそれ、卑怯だわ。それが答えなんじゃないの？窓だけ封印の維持を証明していないのは私も気づいてたわ。でも青き真実に使えないなんてどうすればいいのよ。ああ、分かってるわ。フェザリーヌはどうせ自分だけ答えに気づいててほくそ笑んでるんでしょ。
すまぬな。私もこれには困った。
ちょっと何を言い出すのよ。
私も隣部屋の窓がまだ開いていることは気づいていた。しかしながらそれを反論に使えぬと封じられるとは想像もしなかった。
これって重大なルール違反じゃないの？だって正解が言えないクイズなんてフェアなゲームじゃない。これ向こう側のロジックエラーじゃないの？
それがロジックエラーにならないからこうして物語が続いているとも受け取れる。
つまり隣部屋の窓と全く無関係な他の答えがあるってこと？
あるいは窓の話をせずに隣部屋の5人の誰かが助けに来られたことを説明するか。
Alright, back to the other plan I had. One of them butts through the wall into the middle room so that they escape out that middle room door.
窓の話をしないってことは窓を使わずに部屋を出るってこと？
Come on, Nanjo. Nanjo could do it. He could bust through a wall.
隣部屋だって密室と変わらない。
ふむ。だから私も困ってしまった。このおかしな封印宣言のせいで2つの部屋は再び密室に戻ったも同然になってしまった。
Wait a minute. Goda, with his small little bombs that he was going to put in the food, he puts those on the wall, blows it up, and then they can exit through the middle room. That's how they bust through it. Mere walls are no match for Nanjo's lethal waste. Oh, man.
おそらくだが。
おそらく何？八百万を束ねて超えるっていうあんたの知能ならどんな答えが見つかるの？
答えはない。
ないないって何？
隣部屋の窓以外に出口はないにもかかわらず隣部屋の窓を推理に組み込むことが許される。この密室を解く答えはおそらくない。
ないならどうなるの？
答えがない以上説明義務を求められているプレイヤーが敗北するのは必要だ。
それって手詰まりってことじゃない。つまり今のドラノールの宣言はある意味とどめチェックメイトってことじゃない。
いや、一手あるにはある。
Bust through the wall.
しかしその手は二度と使えぬ手だ。そしてそれはベアトの心臓の一部でもある。
Never be used again. For the Beto's heart.
この物語の最大の謎の一つってこと？
そうだ。それを使えば、あるいはな。
They're inside deeply. It was something she hadn't done at all before now. I see. Well, it's finally time for the curtain to close on this long, long tale. Revealing that mystery means finally killing Beto. Battler is probably the only one qualified to do that. If he weaves that tale as the Game Master, no one will be able to stop it now. Very soon, the greatest mystery of this tale is likely to be revealed. Ooh. Gruyere? The deep sound reverberated through the cathedral, with the sound of dozens of heels being stamped in unison, originating from the honor guards. Members of the Chaser Sisters Imperial Guard were lining the cathedral. It brought about total silence, even before the demons running the ceremony spoke.
ああ、どうか静粛に参列のご来賓諸見よ。
領主にして無限の魔術師であらせられるバトラ教と真実の魔女であらせられるエリカ教の婚儀にようこそご参列を。
Man, how does Umineko keep coming out with like banger like boss battle tier music? The bar and Furfur have appeared in the center of the cathedral. It was a great status symbol to have these two demons invited to host a wedding. Boss battle music for a wedding, no less. I need an RPG with that sort of thing going on. Wedding boss battle. Though they had asked for silence, the attendees who packed the cathedral welcomed the two demons with enormous applause.
ジェパルたちではありませんか。ではベアトは。
もうこの会場に紛れ込んでいるかもしれませんが。
They searched for Beto in a crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere.
ベアトはバトラ君を救う方法を見つけられたでしょうか。
ゼパルとフルフルの力を得られたならきっとあの方々の力を得て成し遂げられぬ奇跡はないのですか。
もし得られなかったら
その辺でハンカチを噛んでるヤギがお嬢様でしょう。
それでは新郎新婦の入場を迎えよう。
厳かに迎えてどうか二人の門出を祝ってほしい。
いでよ新郎新婦、墓場まで逃れられぬ婚姻という名の束縛の道を歩まれん。
Let's walk the path of the shackles called marriage. The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly open. Man, she has like a lot of wings all over the. Just really the right side of the veil there. Just covered into one wing, like thing. Oops, I didn't read that. And then the Territory Lord and his beautiful bride came to view. Beautiful. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. This be Ava's wedding dress? It would be. The Chaser Honor Guard stood at attention along either side of that path, raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that their pair walked down. The Chaser Sisters' troops that weren't part of the Honor Guard were all stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and so on, and keeping an eye out for any intruders.
00より45、410異常ないか。
天井狙撃手異常ないに。
What? She's inside the chandelier? Oh, no, there they are. 410 and 45 could be seen on top of the massive chandelier. Oh, they are on top of it, hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of the other chandeliers. The seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendees wouldn't notice.
ベアトリーチェ教と歌川式参列者36名と襲撃可能地帯の131名を同時捕捉監視中。
警戒を怠るな。必ずベアトリーチェ教が婚儀を襲撃するはずだ。
嫁を奪いに襲撃なんて燃えるに。
Bride battler. The Chester sniper teams on the Chandeliers were using extremely highly capable surveillance agents to track the movements of several hundred attendees. If any one of them made any suspicious movements, the Chester sisters would immediately be given permission to fire. The one on that chandelier is Shyster 127. That overworking monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. 2 kilometers, huh? Reminds me of a thought I had about Amakusa? Way back near the end of episode 4? Of how Angie got out of that predicament. The one in the chandelier across from that is Shyster 20. Her firing range is 600 shots per minute. Firing rate, 6,000 shots per minute. However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so she'll use up her shots in about 2 seconds. Alright, heavy weapons guy. That lazy bum could barely do her job for just 2 seconds. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walked down the red carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blinked. If you look closely, you could tell that Erika was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, Sumari, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erika to show off to everyone that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 sisters of Purgatory, who held long ceremonial staffs in the shape of the one-winged eagle.
バトラのバカ、何をぼんやりしてるのよ。これだから無能と言われるのよ。ベアトリーチェ様のお心の痛みが誰よりもわかるわ。バカバトラーがロジックエラーなんて起こすからこんなことに。バカバカバカ。
Break! Just help him out. Stop being mad.
平のこのコンビを見過ごすわけがない。当然よ。ベアトリーチェ様の強欲なお方。自分のおもちゃをみすみす人に譲るわけもないわ。必ずおいでになる。ジュルリ披露宴は美味しい料理がいっぱいで。
Yeah, okay. Of course, that's all you like.
ああ、私も早く花嫁衣装着たい。
Alright, got the 2 blockheads at the end. Reconciling them to Delta were in the nobles seating on the balcony. They sipped questionable-looking carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show. Carbonated cocktails?
素敵な花嫁衣装じゃない。いいわね、こういうの。
全然こんな
ひどいわね。どっちのイベントが真打ちなのよ。まさかベルン、本気でベアトが来ると思ってるの？あんたも知っての通り、バトラの密室は完璧よ。ベアトに勝てる道理なんてないわ。そうでしょ？
あんたも聞いてるでしょ。隣部屋の窓は封印を破られてる可能性があるのよ。ドラノールがそれを一応は封じたようだけど、概念否定をしただけで窓を塞いだわけじゃない。また窓から飛び出すわよ。片翼のわしとやらが。
勝てない？
ベアトが来るかよ。
絶対来るにかける。
奇跡的に来るにかける。
ああ、成立しないわね、こりゃ。
Steal the concept, but not the window. Can't use it as a blue truth. Oh, to just say it in a different color? He's the game master, right? He could just declare that it was torn open, couldn't he? Is that really the issue then? Battler's trapped in a way of thinking that he can't change, like, certain parts of the story because he's still, like, in the mindset that he has to go by, like, how the story's going. Like, he's on the other end when he's should be thinking more as the game master. The Witch's Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beto would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break the locked room and take Battler back.
あんたは裏から見てから知ってるんでしょ、トリック。
一応ね。でもエリカが頑張りまくっちゃったからもう私にもさっぱりよ。
嘘つき。へえ、あんたはきっともう気づいてるんだわ。あるんでしょ、バトラーを救うトリックが。
あるわ。でも難しいわ。
その手を使うとベアとの心臓の一端がさらされる。そうでしょ。
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。
ねえ、賭けを変えない？
何に？
勝つのはベアとかエリカか。
あんたがエリカにかけるって言うならいいわよ。
乗る
お、エリカにかけるの？勝ち目の根拠は？
もしそのトリックがベアとの心臓の一端だというなら、ゲームマスターのバトラーはそれを晒すのに躊躇する。だから勝てない。おそらく引き分けよ。ケムに巻いてうまく逃げるに決まってる。
バトラーはベアトを安らかに眠らせると誓ってるのよ。それはベル、甘いわ。
The bet was made, based on the assumption that a certain miracle, that Beto would come. Virgilio was standing in the front row, tried to call out. As soon as Battler walked by, he tried to tell him that the windowsill in next room over hadn't been confirmed, hoping that would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, the two Chaser sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. It was a painful force preventing her from going forward. Unable to move, she was forced to stay there and watch as Battler walked past.
彼は今もたった一人密室で戦っております。
Lambda isn't betting on Battler, she's betting against Erica.
しかし、あの密室は自分だけの力では抜けられない。誰かが助けに来なければ抜けられない。
あの子が助けに来なければバトラ君は出られないのですね。
密室の鍵さえあれば必ずその方お嬢様ならきっと。お嬢様、あなたの人生にはきっと何度も試練があったでしょう。しかしどうかこの試練にだけはお打ち勝ちください。あなたならきっとできます。
Even Renove believes...
それを疑います。
Renove... The bride and groom slowly proceeded down the path to the grave and reached the altar. Though walking slowly was ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. So they started jogging. Eva glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that locked room. Once more, the sound of the Chaser honor guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Did you say Ava? Did I? Ava marrying Battler? I didn't say that. We're gonna pretend I didn't say that. I'm too busy to go back. Sounds returned to the cathedral. Now the wedding ceremony would finally begin.
人は愛のために生きるのです。すなわち、今日あなた方は生まれてきた意味を、目的を成し遂げた。
I think we heard this track at the very start when we saw this scene at the start of Chapter 6. Chapter 6? Episode 6.
力のなんと偉大なことか。今日という日の輝きがどうかお二人を永遠に祝福しますように。
さあ愛し合う二人を、愛の制約を、物言えぬ夫に代わりて。
妻は二人を代表して制約を。
That shouldn't be allowed.
バトラはエリカを、エリカはバトラを、健やかな日もやめる日も支え合って生きることを誓います。聞こえませんよ。バト、文句があるならもっとはっきり大きな声で言ってください。それ以上の文句が終わりでしたら、まずはロジックエラーの密室からお出になってからにしてください。安心して、その日まで永遠に私があなたを支えてあげますから。
二人の愛の制約を聞きました。ああ、誓いよ、永遠なれ。
Turtle. Thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of servitude. After the oath, they would physically signify the bond. No, it was the exchanging of the rings. The Territory Lord's ring with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger would become Erika's. By this, he would become the ruler of this game board. And, in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erika had prepared. At a glance, it looked just like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience? Yeah, and brand him as another's property.
さあ、二人は指輪の交換を。
身動きできぬ夫の指を、妻はどうか支えてあげて。
Oh man. Eka respectfully took Battler's left hand and slowly pulled off the Territory Lord's ring that he had set on his ring finger. That was the ring Beto entrusted him with. Erika stole it away.
これがあの女の残した指輪なんですよね。それを私みたいな女に奪われるのって。はい、聞こえません。もう一度お願いします。
もちろん。
なんだ。それならご安心を、バトラさん。
Erika pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it, and told him where they were.
ここがそこですよ。
And slowly, she took Beto's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand.
では花嫁、続いてあなたの指輪を花婿に。
すごい指輪ね。彼を永遠に逃がさない。これは枷だわ。特注ですから。
Even Battler's blink eyes could see the diamond ring Erika held, just like Erika herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will, and on inside, it symbolized never letting go of the prey it latched onto. It had 8 sharp thorns pointing inwards. This is a freaking thorn ring moment. They had been growing out on the outer side. It would have looked like the collar of a hellhound. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? He turned the diamond until it clicked and the thorns retracted. In other words, if she twisted it after putting the ring on his finger, the inward-facing thorns would bite down. Never releasing until the end of time. Then, even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erica for all eternity. He's starting to speak a bit more. The hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase. And furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. He raised Battler's hand and stroked his ring finger hungrily. Eka held the ring of servitude against the tip of his finger. A ring can hurt if it's made to fit too tightly, and it can even become impossible to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyway, so its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. Even without the thorns, forcing a small ring like this on would hurt.
この指輪はあなたの身も心も魂も全てを永遠に閉じ込めます。そしてあなたは永遠に生きた人形。死ぬことも許しません。私に永遠に怪我され、私が勝利の美酒の味を忘れるたびに、あなたはその身をもって何度もね、舌が噛めるなら今のうちにどうぞ。指輪が通ればそれすらもできなくなりますから。
Battler didn't even possess the strength to bite his tongue. And even if he had possessed it, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the locked room. So he could never bring himself to commit suicide. However, once this ring was forced upon him, he would never be able to even think about escaping from the room, much less kill himself. 'It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Battler's body on the inside. That pain would always torment Battler. But, fortunately for him, the ring's power would also steal away the mind that could understand that pain. Erica kept screwing on the mnemonic ring that was far too small. Instead of seeing the laugh, Erica let a silver thread drip from her mouth and wet his finger in the ring. Gross?
力を抜いてください。一気に奥まで入れちゃいますから。無駄な抵抗なんかしないでください。抵抗しない方が痛くないですよ。ほら、胸って入るようになった。
Slowly, Battler's finger went deeper and deeper through the ring. It was pressed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. All the way to the base? It looks more like it's barely halfway there. The demonic ring squeezed his finger so tightly that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the bone. But Battler's hazy expression of anguish really communicate how unbearable the sickening pain was. What do you mean? You shut up.
これでもうあなたは永遠に
Erica touched her ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again.
いいですよ。許してください。エリカ様って言えたらやめてあげます。
Of course not.
お許しください、エリカ様。生涯を犬として扱われ、首輪につながれて生きることを誓いますから、この指輪だけはお許しくださいって。そう言えたら、この指輪だけは許してあげます。はい、よく聞こえませんよ。
Oh,
絶対てめえを許さね
あなたをこんな目に遭わせちゃって。
え。違う。ベアとの指輪を怪我したお前を俺は絶対許さねえ。
oh shit. True. Though Battler's eyes had supposedly been forced into a clouded state, they looked strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Battler used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so he could complete his words of resistance.
やはりあなたは飼いならせない犬って感じです。でもそこがいい。
Erica smiled. Then, she turned to Diamond. The instant she did, Battler let out a voiceless scream and drew his head back. His howl had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out throughout the cathedral. Oh man, really? Just kind of hoping to... At least the turning of the diamond would stop there, dude. Alright, it's been like 3 hours. Let me take a short break for continue. Refill my coffee and stretch my legs and all that. Holy. Cool of that. I was just kind of hoping it was gonna break out like right there, man. BRB. I mean... this one? Sure, why not? Oh, come on, dude. Can't let this continue. Something good has to happen. Can't be like this. Alright, it's BRB. Be back in a couple minutes. Oh. The seals on the window. What am... I don't know, is it right to still be thinking about that? There's one thing you could do, but it would reveal part of Beto's heart. Hmm. Hmm. But what is it? Hmm. Can't really think of it. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna be sitting here for way too long if I continue. Oops, I didn't mean to close back up. Oh well. If I continue to try thinking about that, I think I'm just not getting it. Let's see where this duel of theirs goes. Something they should have settled a long time. October 5th, 1986. The date one of them will die. Desolate wind blew through the golden rose garden. Ganon and Canon had already finished walking 19 steps, and their backs still faced each other. At the signal of the demon's response for his trial, they would both turn and settle this. Each of them held one of the dueling pistols that the demons had prepared. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. This duel will not end until one of them had died. Just do the trick that Rudolph pulled on one of the demon stakes. Aim for like George or Jessica and have the other block the bullet. Easy. Are my manners? Shut up. Not congratulating shit. My dear. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them, and their fates. Just watching over their partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Oh? I don't think we ever seen a side profile of Shannon like that. Shannon and Canon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already put the emotions of the many days they had spent together behind them. The next time they laid eyes on each other, nothing would be asked for them except pulling that trigger. The only ones who still had no determination or resolution in regard to this duel was Beto. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica and Canon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they forced to kill each other? Because maybe my theory about Shannon was right, and she is, like, everything that's behind this. And Shannon's in the way of Canon because Shannon's trying to kill everyone. And then vice versa. Canon's in the way of Shannon because she wants to kill everyone. Perfect. Canon is the true hero trying to stop her. It would fit with that theory that I have. It would fit. Hmm.
妹よ、我らには見守ることしか許されぬ。
ゼパルさん、フルフルさん、どうしてこんな決闘を？こんなの恋の試練じゃない。やっぱりあなたたちは悪魔なんです。どちらかの恋人たちを破綻させて、それを見て喜びたいだけの悪魔なんです。
静かに。
恋人たちの邪魔になるわ。
邪魔をしてるのはあなたたちじゃないですか。どちらかが倒れる。倒れた方の恋人たちが嘆き悲しむ。あなたたちさえなければ誰も悲しまない。
それは違う。僕たちがこの決闘を取り持たなかったら、
二組はどちらも破綻したわ。これは必要な決闘なの。
私は最初から納得できなかったんです。
They haven't set up this duel, both would have fallen apart. It would still make sense, right? Because if what I said earlier is true, then without this duel, Shannon just ends up killing everyone anyway. So Canon and Jessica would fall apart because they would be dead. And then Shannon and George would fall apart because he would find out. But how does having the duel, taking Canon out of it, end up keeping George and Shannon together? Maybe he doesn't get killed and Canon ends up telling George anyway? Maybe there's still some holes in my logic there. It could work. It's...
魔法の奇跡がなければ恋って成し遂げられないんですか？恋って愛し合う二人さえいれば他に何もいらないんじゃないんですか？この決闘は無意味です。だからやめて、二人とも、シャノンもカノンも。
Oh, you know what? True. He was cool at killing everyone.
あんなにも実の兄弟のように仲良しだったあなたたちがどうして殺し合わなくちゃいけないの？私にはどうしてもわからない。
I'm thinking about it more now. Like, Canon and Shannon both know of the ceremony. There was a time in one of the episodes, I believe it was episode 2, a conversation between Canon and Genji, like Canon saying something like, "What's finally happening? The witch's ceremony is beginning," or something like that. So it would make sense for the servants, or at least like Shannon being in on getting the ceremony going. And then Canon maybe not fully believing it or being invested in it. Like end up being against it. And trying to stop it. work out? Think so? Everyone should have been able to hear Beto's yell. However, no one's expression changed.
そうだよ。よく気づいたね。
それこそ愛の真実。
何がですか？
愛し合う二人以外に本来は何もいらないんだ。
だからそれが二人でない時、私たちは決闘でその数を二人にしなくてはならない。
一人の女性を奪い合っての決闘ならまだわかります。愛し合ういびつな三人を二人にする決闘。しかし彼らは二人と二人、それぞれの世界はもう完成されてるじゃないですか。争わなければならない理由が何もない。
世界を生み出す最小の人数は
二人が揃って初めて世界は生まれ、恋は成就される。
だからこの決闘は必要なんだ。
彼らがその人数を満たすために。
家具は人間未満だから一人を満たせないと言い出すんですか？
正解だよ。家具は人間未満だから家具と人間じゃ二人を満たせない。
そんなのおかしいです。愛し合う二人の身分なんて関係ない。
いいや、あるよ。本当に愛し合う二人の身分は関係ないの。
妻を持つ男との恋は許されるの？夫を持つ女との恋は許されるの？
親との恋は許される。子との恋は許される。恋の許されない身分なんていくらでもある。
じゃあ家具って何なんですか？どうして家具は恋をしちゃいけないんですか？
魂が一人に満たないから。
All amongst the last of us.
駒である君ももちろん。
あなたたちはみんな家具。魂が一人分に満たないから人間以下。
人を愛する資格はただ一つ。一人に満たつ魂を持っていること。だから愛し合う二人は世界を生み出せる。
例えば妻を持つ男はもう一人の女を愛する資格を持つと思う？
あるわけがない。二人の女を愛せばその愛情は一人分に満たない。そのような男に愛する資格はない
ね。人を愛する資格のない人間や身分なんていくらでもあるの。二人の愛の一切あれば関係ない？それは甘い愛の偽善。
僕たちはね、恋をする資格を偽る人間を許さない。世界を生み出す最小人数を満たせない人間以下の存在の恋を許さない。僕たちの試練はそのためにある。
罪深き魂たちに一人分の魂を取り戻させ、本当の恋ができるようにするために。
Sinful souls, huh?
ゼパル様、フルフル様、
僕たちの心の準備が
どうか決闘の合図をお願いします。
The pair, bidding farewell, quietly asked for a signal to be given. The pair nodded silently, then walked to a place that could be seen by the both of them. Her first spoke in a voice quiet enough to avoid distracting the two
見ている
duelists.
といいわ。
愛し合う恋人たちのどちらかが破綻する決闘を。
いいえ、これは破綻のための決闘じゃない。本当の恋を成就させるための決闘。
私にはあなたたちの言っている意味が。
いいえ、わかりなさい。これは本当に人を愛することができる人間が誕生する瞬間。
意味がわからない。
どちらが勝とうともどうか祝福してあげて。今彼らの家具としての日々が終わる。
図は簡単。僕が1、2の3を3と同時に決闘開始だ。
承知してます。
同じく。
2人が共に弾を外したら一度中断、再び弾を与え、もう一度背中合わせからやり直し。
決着がつくまで繰り返したら。
ゼパル、この決闘過去に何度も見てるのかい？
もちろん何度も見てきたよ。
大抵何度の打ち合いで決着がつくんだよ。
ほとんどの場合弾丸一発で決着がつくよ。
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな。
違うよ。片方が外せば残った方は悠々と追い詰めて撃つことができる。初段をもし外したらまず勝ち目もないね。
しかしぼんやりしていれば引き金も引けずに負けることになる。
同じ負けるならせめて引き金を引いてから負けたい。
いい覚悟だよ。では行くよ。
Win. Oh man, building up the tension here, dude.
1、
2の。
All these happy flashbacks, dude. Which
3。
Beatrice was there too. At the same time, in the Golden Rose Garden, when the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether that was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. Oh, Cannon 1? And amidst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there, the gun raised and smoke trailing from the barrel, was Cannon. Shannon was lying on the earth, face down.
シャノンさ。
いや、シャノンが倒れたのは銃声より早かった。
Oh? Just because the stress expression was enough to explain what had happened. Slowly, Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a gamble. If Shannon had turned around and taken the time to aim carefully before shooting, then he would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Cannon shot as soon as he turned around, she would have been able to dodge it. Cannon had also gambled. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a firearm. He was fully aware that, and hoping that, Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first. It would result in him losing before even pulling the trigger. So, he had decided to shoot right away, at George. And he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. He was already planning to shoot right away. He was sure that his readiness would allow him to shoot with greater accuracy than her. If Cannon had cautiously turned around, Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, and Cannon wouldn't even have been able to pull the trigger. So, it wasn't that Cannon had acted hastily. The two had simply given it their all, left their fates to the heavens, and reached this result.
まさかあの短気な姉さんが撃たないなんてね。
私も意外だった。あの慎重なカノン君が。 振り向
It's kind of... Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him. He slowly walked forward. He planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Cannon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on the second round. They both had that same view of the situation, which meant that one could be taken by surprise.
まだ終わっちゃいない。
Now dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over a shadow. His duel could only be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this all around. And if Shannon could calmly shoot through Cannon, it would all be over. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired. Cannon bet all the chips he had on these. Shannon could draw in until the last second. Or that. Shannon could draw Cannon in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. She could also pull the trigger just before he reached her, and they would start over from the beginning, even if she missed. Shannon kept her gun pointing at Cannon's forehead as she compared these two options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved and the time it would take to pull the trigger. Lady Luck smiled, impartially.
しまった
In a flash, Cannon leapt to within striking distance of Shannon as she missed the final moment to pull the trigger. He swung his hand up and smashed the gun she held upwards. Oh, sick. The strike sent the gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Cannon's gun also flew from his hand and soared into the air. The two guns danced in a rondo through the sky, reached their peak, and began to fall. By that time, neither one of them knew which gun was theirs. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There's no way to tell them apart. Except maybe the lingering smell of smoke on one of them. However, there was only one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate. Their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. No, not her. Get her out of here. The pair looked up at the brilliant sky, and entrusting everything to Lady Luck. Then, they grabbed one of the guns out of the air. After dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that was like a dance. And the barrels of their guns came to a dead stop against each other's forehead. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pulled the triggers, one would die, one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica had no way of knowing how it would turn out until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The barrel of Cannon's gun, which had already been fired, must have been warm. And the barrel of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired once, could have been ice cold. But perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which. And yet, both expressions were as solemn as could be, showing that they would hold total belief and zero doubt in their own fates until the moment the trigger was pulled.
悲しまないで。私たちはすぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。
僕たちはもっと早く。
そうすれば再会しなくて済むのにね。
いざこの決闘さえもはや今日という日の前には。
そうだね。どうせ蘇る黄金鏡の前には本当にただの茶番。じゃあ後ほど。
後ほど。
さようなら。
But who won? Oh.
おい、どうした？しっかりしろ！
Suddenly, Cannon fell to the floor as if he had attack of Hanima. It happened without any prior warning, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. But they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it had cracked open.
そんなどうしたんだどういうことだこれは
Trying to get a look at the wound, Godo wiped Kanon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any trace of a wound. And yet, almost as though it was seeping through his skin, blood was pouring out.
何やってやがんだしっかり止血しろいそれが傷がないのに血が止まらない
カノンがしっかりカノンがよしやく
Kanon's face was pale. So his eyes were open. And though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of the living. Just as though it was a puppet whose strings had been cut. He passed away.
さようなら、カノン君。そしてありがとう。
Jessica dashed up to Kanon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and as her own forehead grew wet with Kanon's still warm blood, she wailed.
ジョージさん、私が勝ちました。これで私にはあなたを愛する資格がやっと。
Kanon leaned against George's chest, as though the strings holding her had been cut. George held her in silence.
よしやくよしやく
There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried the golden flower petals, and the sound of Jessica's heartbroken wails.
This 僕たちへの試練はもう十分かい
But no.
十分さ。おめでとう。残ったのは君たちだ。
君たちを祝福するわ。でも忘れないで。愛を育むのがこれからのあなたたちの務め。
この奇跡が生み出した恋の種をどうかしっかり育ててほしい。
もちろんさ、彼女と君たちにかけて誓う。
それでは魔法の奇跡をシャノンに。
今こそ君の魂を人間に一人分に満たそう。集え満たぬ魂よ、一なる魂となりて愛を知りたまえ。
Zephyr and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, "The miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon, becoming complete." You're gonna look different? Oh. They came from the losers of the trial, from Canon who had been defeated, from Beto who dropped out. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of gold dust.
これはどういうことだ。負けたら消えるとは聞いていないぞ。
She yelled. Beto the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly.
カノンは死んだから消える。そしてベアとはバトラーを愛するために生まれたからその資格を失って消える。
これはとても公平。あなたが生き残ったなら他の二人が消え去ったのだから。
我が妹よ、しっかりせよ。バトラの密室を解き救うのではなかったのか。こんなところで果ててどうする。それでも一なるわらわの片割れか。
Oh man.
どうしてバトラさんを好きになるなんて目的のために生まれたんですか。
どうして私はバトラさんを好きなの？好きになる理由を実は知らないんです。はあ？こんな時に何を？だって私生まれた時にバトラさんを愛しなさい、それが目的で生み出されて、だからどうしてバトラさんを私は好きなのかよく知らなくて。人を好きになるのに理由などいらぬわ。消えるな。そなたが消えたら誰がバトラを救う？我が妹よ、ベアトリーチェ。私ってどうしてバトラさんのことを好きなんですか、お母様。
Mother.
ああ、俺ってさ、家庭的なことか案外苦手なんだよな。この通りガサツな性格だろ。
Oh no.
レディーファーストとか、女の子の前では礼儀正しくとか、そういうのはさっぱり苦手なんだよな。だから強いて好みはって言われ
The
る
last
と、
time we saw this back sprite was when George was mentioning how freaking Shadow and Battler were talking to each other, having fun.
そうだな。ジェシカみたいなタイプの女なら結構好きかもな。俺がガサツなように向こうもガサツがちょうどいいんだ。お互いよ、汚ねえ言葉遣いで気づかれなく、男女とか気にしないでバカがやれる。
Oh no, he's describing Beatrice.
だからもしも俺に彼女ができるとしたら、いつも俺がジェシカとバカやってるみたいにはちゃめちゃな関係がいいよな。あ、容姿の好み？別にそんなのは気にしねえけどよ。まあ洋画とかに出てくる金髪ボイン、青目のグラマラスな彼女だったら最高だぜ。ちいちもませろーいってな。
Okay, dude. Oh no, my theory coming in harder. Stronger. Beatrice, listen to me. I'm giving you my love for Ushiromiya Battler. You are to become the kind of woman Ushiromiya Battler desires. You will have the golden hair he likes. You will have the blue eyes he likes. You will have a personality that matches his. And then, you are to love him in my place. And, if fate allows it, be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please take these desires I couldn't bring to fruition. These feelings too great for me to bear. And see them through yourself. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokkenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will be the master of this island, waiting for the day that he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So, from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all my troubles onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything, and bring blessings to all lovers. When that day comes, I pray that you and I will both have found happiness. This day forward, you will no longer be me. This day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split into a single soul and share it. And though, of course, that won't amount to a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than most. Let us be blessed. My darling Beatrice. No one else can see your form, but I can. And if you're loved by a lot of people, I'm sure they'll start seeing you too. We can all see if we have love.
し
私たちは夢を見ているのか。
ふざけろ。こりゃ何の冗談だよ。
なんだ、南條先生を呼んできます。
ゴーだ。もういい。
Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And those were the most reasonable words spoken. He caught Nunjo here. Then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like the last unmelted snow getting the warm sun of spring, Kanon's form, there was no longer even a trace. His form had sparkled with a spray of gold, vanished completely.
どこ行っちゃったの？ヨシア君、どこ？ヨシア君！ヨシア君！
さよなら。
Why is Kanon always getting the bad end of things, man? Let my dude be happy.
お嬢様。ジェシカ。
カノンさん。
僕たちはもう誰の目にも触れられない。それはつまり彼らの世界ではいないのと同じことだけれども、でもこうして僕たちはここにいる。
そうですね。私たちはここにいる。
僕たちには体なんて肉でできた檻でしかないのだから、悲しむ必要なんてない。
でも気の毒ですね、ジェシカさん。
だからこれが僕の罪なのさ。だから僕たち家具は恋をしてはいけなかったんだ。
あなたはこれから
姿を失っても、そして話しかけることができなくても、もしもジェシカが僕に語りかけてくれた時、その背中でそっとうなずくくらいのことしかできないけれど、だからそばにいることにする。
良いことだと思います。
君はどうする？
バトラさんを密室から助けたいです。
密室
Oh, is this the first time we've ever heard him laugh like that? After looking a bit taken back, Kanon laughed gently. Beto, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour.
どうして笑うんですか？私には大切なことなんです。
だって密室なんて体のある人間たちの問題じゃないか。僕らはすでに肉の檻から解放された存在だよ。密室なんか僕たちの妨げになるものか。
そんなのいいんですか？だってチェーンロックとかガムテープの封印とか赤き真実とか。
そうか、君は駒の世界じゃなくてそれより上の世界の存在だったね。だから僕たちとは違う制約があるらしい。やれやれ。
Kanon stretched. Stretching what? He has no body. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん。
敗者同士の仲さ。いいよ、僕が行ってきてあげるよ。僕がお屋敷の客室へ行ってバトラ様を外に出し、入れ替わりでチェーンをかけて代わりにクローゼットに隠れる。それでいいかい？
気持ちは嬉しいです。でもカノンさんはいとこ部屋から出たくてもエリカさんの封印のせいで。
Heels are no match for a ghost. Unlike the next room over, the cousin's room where Kanon had been guaranteed to be a complete locked room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, but he couldn't even escape himself.
君の魔法で僕に力を与えて。
私の魔法で？
僕に魔法をかけて。
そんな、私魔法の使い方なんて。
君は黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェじゃないのかい？
私は魔女ですけれど、その魔法どころか密室トリックもわからない、ただの。
やれやれ。いいかいベアトリーチェ、一度しか教えないよ。
Lay some truth
魔女
down
って
on
のは
us.
ね、
魔女ってのは？
The sin?
魔女ってのは
Oh,
謎を解かされる側じゃない。
謎を解かされる側じゃない。
ああ、そうさ。どうして魔女が誰かの謎で頭を抱えてるんだい？頭を抱えるのは魔女の仕事じゃないだろう。
which makes
じゃあ魔女の仕事は？
Oh,
僕の知ってる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが言うとびっきりの魔法だ。誰にもわからない難問を生み出して煙に巻いて、誰にもわからない最悪の謎を作って徹底的に煙に巻いてこき下ろして、相手に出された謎で頭を抱えるのはね、君じゃない。
悩むのは私の相手の仕事。
後ろ宮バトラーをどうやって密室から出すかを。チェーンロックの密室、バカバカしいね。なら君はそんなのよりもっともっととびっきりのあいつらを悩ませてやろうじゃないか。僕も手を貸すよ。
悩むのは私じゃなくて、
あいつらの方さ、地獄の悪魔をひれ伏して絶句する最悪の密室トリックを無限に使いこなす無限の魔女ベアトリーチェの本当の恐ろしさ。そろそろ連中も思い出してもいいか
バトラさんの密室より最悪の密室。
僕はそれを手に入れてるじゃないか。
never thought I'd see a team up with freaking Canon and Beatrice.
最悪密室。
In the back of Beetle's mind, images she remembered began to flit by, one after another. The layout dimension, the guest house, the rose garden. Trick, mistake, mislead, pawn, trap, laugh together. You know about this trick? It was in a book I read once. Beetle's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
あともう一個。
何です？
それ密室の魔女の喋り方にはふさわしくない。
やっぱり私は。
わらわらなくっちゃ。
It's so cool, dude. Get Battler out of there. Red and blue truth. Back at this. Time to break Battler out. Come on, come on. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons parted recklessly, fuck it. Partied? Just the demons partied. The Nor can be seen leaning against the pillar, trying to escape from the noise. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her.
それは本当ですか？
近景現在コーネリア補佐官が現場保全に向かいたるものなりエリカ教にも中心すべきかと存じ上げ立てまつる。
わかりました。ご中心申し上げます。ガートルードは式典警備長連絡です。準戦闘班。
業務こ ご歓談中失礼いたします。本式典警備長であります。
私？
だからはしゃぎすぎだって言ったのに、さすがにシャンパンタワーでボーリングはやりすぎだわ。
Champagne Tower bowling.
少し油を絞られてきなさい。
エルン、ほらもう何よ、私なんかした？
受付に差出人不明のラムダベルト共和国と記された封筒が届けられました。
A letter? Here?
私、非通知と差出人不明は全部ポイッション主義なの。
Yo, me too. I do that.
そんなの捨てちゃって。
If you're gonna call me, at least text me and tell me who you are first. Else I'm never gonna answer the call if I don't recognize the number.
それがこれなのですが。
何それ？これ届いたことは誰かに言った？
いえ、受付の姉妹兵2名と私のみです。すでに観光令を与えました。
The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Just her being a freak. Birkenstow had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erica. Erica was drunk, of course, and Byrne was getting that way too. If they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It was true that the envelope had no sender written on it. However, the seal was done in gold leaf. The seal done on it in gold leaf fulfilled the same purpose. That seal was... Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out the letter inside, and read. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she grinned like a kid who just got a naughty idea.
いかがしますか？狙撃犯は赤色弾頭を携行しています。
Isn't that a bit much for a sniper?
ご許可をいただければ装填命令を出します。
何言ってんのよ。今日はどんだけ豪華な来賓が来てると思ってんの？万一参列者に流れ弾が当たったら。シエスタこの得体の新しい妹たちは向こう10年は工場から弾頭台に直行しなきゃなんないくらいの責任になるわよ。
Oh.
了解。通常弾頭で対応するであります。
How about using no warheads?
国の7姉妹に監視をつけますか？
いるわけないでしょ。だって7組はバトラの、そして今やエリカの家具じゃない。どうして味方に監視をつけちゃうの？とにかく警備を、まあそこそこにちゃちゃっと厳重にしなさい。
先ほどガートルード上席補佐会より準戦闘配備勧告を受けました。理由は不明であります。
ガートルードがじゃあ勧告に従っちゃいなさい。パーティーは賑やかな方がいいってことでしょ。
了解であります。 WO よりシエスタ17、シエスタ38、シエスタ45、コード R、警戒発令。
173845.
レベル2で待機を伝達。17、コピー38、コピー
45、了解。そこでコピーといえばかっこいいのにね。焦っちゃってつい。そうそう、45。ちょっとこっち来て。なんです？ちょっと、任務中です。ダメ、耳をいじんないで。
Have in your ears?
おったくに。
なんですって？冗談でしょ？ありえない。
現在コーネリアを向かわせています。ベアトリーチェがここを襲撃する可能性が極めて大です。披露宴も中断されて退避されることを進言いたします。
どうしたのエリカ？何か余興に手違いでも？
いいえ、我が主。どうぞ引き続き披露宴をお楽しみください。あ、誰かベルンカステル卿に梅干しワインのおかわりを。
Question had come too fast for her to hide her agitation. Birkenstow saw this. She knew their final late guests would soon be arriving.
ルシネ、ゲストハウスで動きがあったそうよ。
ゲストハウス？ゲーム版のことなんか今はくだらない話だわ。
Me, I care.
それが密室のいとこ部屋からカノン君が失踪したって。
はあ、あんた分かってんの？いとこ部屋は扉も窓も完璧に封印されてる完全密室じゃん。失踪なんて不可能だわ。
いや、私も裏を取ってきた。間違いない。カノンはいとこ部屋より姿を消している。いとこ部屋のどこかに隠れてるとか、あるいは最初からうまくごまかしてもともと部屋に入ってなかったとか。
不可能だわ。いとこ部屋にはエリカ卿が読み上げた特定個人数名以外の全員が入ってることが保証されてるのよ。
What if they're using name tricks again? Canon was said to be in the room. But would he still be Canon if he told Jessica his real name? Because it was shown at the end there that she finally knew it.
ごまかして逃れることは不可能だわ。
どうやってユングフラウの封印結果よ。いや、それよりカノンは一体どこへ？至急探しなさい。
At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. A surprise commotion of the guests filled the cathedral. The first and the last.
WO より
Another banger
オー
track?
ルシエスタコード R 警戒シエスタ17電源系統回復は
ネガティブ。管理室スタッフとの通信が途絶中。
オールシエスタコードレッドロックンロール
Rock and roll!
コピーコピー
了解。あ、じゃなくてコピー。
They reuse it in a fighting game for the real final boss. It is the very final boss sounding track name. The first and the last. For the first and final time. For the first and last time. Which shall bestow miracles. Sniper teams in the cathedral. In the chandeliers. Cathedrals. Sniper teams in the chandeliers all release their safeties at once. Oops. Wrong one. The entire security team down the hall loaded their ammunition.
エリカ卿、控室へ退避を。ここは危険です。
何が危険なんです？この世界の領主は私です。その私が何に怯えて逃げろと言うんです。
ガートルード、要人警護結界準備。コーネリアを至急呼び戻すのです。
緊急対応中なり。結界？あんたらの無様でみっともない結界で婚礼衣装の私を包もうってんですか？なんたら侮辱。
Yes, the servants made even Battler groan as he sat in next seat like a doll. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
遅かったじゃないねえラムダ。
そうね。待ちくたびれちゃったわね。
さっきのあれ誰からのラブレタ
ファンレターよ。ラムダちゃんファンクラブの。
I'm about to play dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The Whispering Goats attendees all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this? And what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
来たみたいね。カープ、あなたもう戻ってきていいんですか？
Maybe she just escaped.
私にほら牢屋って意味ないし。
Yeah, she can make freaking portals, dude.
確かに。
でもリーチェ、バトラの密室もいとこ部屋も、そして唯一可能性のあった隣部屋も全て封じられてしまった。どうやってバトラを救い出す気なの？
お嬢様が 何かのトリック X を用意できたと仮
Trick
定しまし
X,
ょう。
Battler's favorite.
となれば、それをエリカ卿に突きつけるべく乗り込んでくるは必死。
しかしこの大勢のシエスタ兵たちが相手ではまさかこんなに隠れていたなんて無理だわ。縫い殺されてしまう。
Rabbit ears could be seen poking out all around the hall. It was incredible that such a large number of them could remain hidden and unnoticed.
エリカに一度だけ肉薄す
Except
る
for
チャ
the
ンスがある
large ass ears poking out everywhere, I guess.
持ち込めるわ
なるほど、その手ですか。しかし、そのアイテムをお嬢様がお持ちだといいのですが、いつも面倒くさがっていくらご用意しても嫌われていましたからな。やれやれ、最後まで世話の焼けるお嬢様だ。
Hated dealing with them and disliked it every time I prepared them for her. Amid the crowd, Renove took something out and showed it. When Virgilia saw the object in his hand, she understood its meaning. True. With that, it should be possible to stop the attacks from the Chaser troops.
まあエリカに聞かなきゃそれまでだけどね。問題はたった一度でもいいからエリカの真正面まで行けるかだ。シエスタたちはそれを断固阻止するはずよ。リーアならその時間をプレゼントできそうね。
Virgilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chaser troops standing at her back. Since that time she had tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible, with Virgilia's vast magical power, to momentarily take out all of the Chaser troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erika. The Chaser troops knew this. They kept a close eye on Virgilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. Kicks door down. I'm here. The fragments became bright gold butterflies which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. That golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance of that red-carpeted path to the grave, stood a calm, majestic figure.
ネガティブ身元照合中。
Lenore ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't comply. Was it because she had been warned about shooting these guests and was afraid of the consequences if she accidentally shot a drunk guest who had disguised himself as Beatrice as some sort of prank? No. Zubulo was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties.
おや、これはこれは。てっきりご欠席かと思っていましたよ。
Her eyes look a little dead in that, like, sprite right there. The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chaser honor guards.
最高のご心配申し上げておりましたとも。でもせめて披露宴には間に合ってよかった。
Oh. The Peace Beatrice is still around, right? Her eyes look dead for a second there, so I'm thinking maybe she's pulling a trick using the Peace Beatrice as like a decoy. Beto laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly.
待たせたな、フルドエリカ。祝福に来たぜ。
She had an overpowering, evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was it still necessary for her identity to be confirmed? Who could possibly mistake this overwhelming presence?
ベアトリチェ
地獄で会おうぜは
わらわの好む別れの挨拶言葉であるが。
身元確認。大ベアトリーチェ教徒確認。
まさにここがそうだぜ。ウルドエリカー。
At that moment, the two chaser troops standing behind Virgilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Nove had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic.
どなたかお医者様をお嬢さん方が貧血のようだ。
Anti-demon
オープンファイ
Quentia?
ベアト、今です。
Just an instant before the chaser troops could fire, Virgilia raised her arms to the heavens. Yo, looking sick. Whoa, that one was stained glass. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present what her name had been at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave and exploded throughout the cathedral. Holy shit. The impact made the stained glass windows shatter and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere.
冷戦防御。復旧急げ。
Aw, man. The anime only went through the first 4 episodes, right? This scene animated seemed like it would be sick. However, all of the chaser honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers who were defended were able to avoid their systems going down completely, but it would take several minutes before they could recover. That span of time would be enough to reach Erika. However, Erika couldn't be defeated in just a few minutes. There's no way they could carry Battler away in that time. What should they use this precious time for? Rito dashed down the red carpeted path. He ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by chaser troops lying there like corpses. He had called this place hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Rito's figure dashing through the corpse-ridden path truly symbolized her resurrection.
お嬢さん、これを。
もらうぞ。
As she dashed, she snatched something white from Nove's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, in that instant, a golden thread came in from her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Come on, come on.
ほう、邪魔者がいたか。
再装填完了。データ要求に射撃用レーダー補足。410データリンク。
410 was clever. She had predicted that Virgilia would go for a spirit particle attack and had folded over her ears and 45s beforehand. So they were the only ones that weren't taken out. Folding over the ears, what, like a laptop lid? Because they're computers? Once again, the golden sewing thread chased after Beto, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating golden snake was shooting after her.
こしゃくな。エリカとの一騎打ちに貴重な時間を邪魔しよって。
Beto jumped sideways, away from the red carpet, and ran across the top of a long table covered with beautiful food. The snacks! The gold snake chased after her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine and scattered dishes left and right. The goat attendees ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium.
霊視攻撃を避けていたウサギがいたなんて。
まずい。あんなところに陣取られてどうにもなりません。
The pair of snipers attacking from high above on the chandelier were much further away than Erika was. Too far for Beto to reach. Furthermore, their position couldn't have been worse for Beto, with the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. Just knock down the chandelier!
この試練の過酷に45追加弾
これ
Gap handed her the magazine. Red Rev always handed them over the wrong way around, so 410 was a bit confused to have one handed to her the right way up. No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Dap twisted their long ears up and tickled them with her thumbs. Sister's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter.
この2匹は抑えたけど、あと何秒他のシエスタが再起動する。
On the other chandeliers, even more powerful chasers were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time.
ガープか。ありがたい。オンに切る。
リーヤたちも褒めてあげて。
ベアト、頑張りなさい。しっかり。
Cheering her on.
もう時間がありませんぞ。
エリカ
It'll cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erica and Battler were seated. Just then, a red barrier was created, blocking her path. Just a VFP guarding the barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beethoven's way.
これ以上の接近を許さないものと知りたまえ。
そんな壁でわらわを止められると思うか。
シエスタ再起動まであと何秒です。
30秒ないです。
As the eldest of the Seven Sisters Purgatory, Lucifer stood and waiting behind the bride and groom. He wanted to save Beto. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the Seven Sisters were furniture. They served the territory lord, but they couldn't move to help Beto. Gunlord glanced over at Lucifer. There was a cursive tint to her
あな
eyes.
たは主の命令ない限り動くことは許されません。
主って誰よ。バカね。エリカのやつってことになってるでしょ。
違うわよ。私たちの主はバトラ様だわ。
そうだ。エリカはその代理に過ぎない。
One Battler.
そうよお姉様。私たちは誰の家具？美味しすぎるわ。つまみ食いしちゃおう。
The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder, and her concentration had wavered. But it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer.
誰の命令なり、エリカ教にその指示はなきなりと知りたまえ。
あるわ。我らが主の命令よ。
物言えぬ主に何を命令できるというなり。
物を聞かずともそれを察するが、家具の道と見つけたり。
Oh, hell yeah.
ならやむはなし。
The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to do justice to the name of Ursine Jungfrau, the Iron Maiden, it took no damage at all. The attack was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier. Here comes Beatrice!
上出来だ。我が家具たち。
Edo shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier. She was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erica. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erica. Death sentence Del Nor.
遅いです。もはや時間切れです。
シエスタ17よりオールシエスタへデータリンク。大天使衛星よりデータ誘電。誘導方式
Archangel satellites.
概念誘導。
シエスタ20再起動完了。
シエスタ127再起動完了。タイムオーバーに。
Right, you still have Gap up there tickling you?
リーチ、幸運を。
どけ、ドラノル・エノックス。そなたの出番はない。
あなたを否定する赤き真実もベルンカステル教より賜っています。ここがあなたの墓場となり、残念です。
I don't know what Birkenstock has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me.
そなたと後でたっぷりと遊んでやろう。だが今はどけ。
There's no time. The chasers have already finished reactivating. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time.
聞くのはあなたの方です。出番を間違えた哀れな出演者はあなたです。
Endor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed right for the crown of Beetle's head. However, in that instant, there was a thunk, and the sword was knocked slightly off course. Beetle didn't let this good fortune go to waste. He slipped past the longsword, knocked Elnor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erica. This time, not a single person stood in her way.
これはポップコーンどこから
緊急花嫁警護役より緊急要請。シエスタ姉妹近衛隊は直ちに侵入者を射殺したてまつれ。
Motion quieted. However, no one fired. Why? They could have fired if they wanted to. All of the chaser troops were fully in their sights and had removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger.
なぜ射殺せぬことなりや。式典警備役は直ちに。
待つのです。あれは
Fëanor's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erica would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore the thing in front of her, they could shoot to kill. However, if she picked it up, doing so would be unforgivable. So they couldn't pull the trigger until Erica decided. What's going on?
どうして誰も撃たないの。
よく見なさいよ。あれ、ベアトがエリカに投げつけたあれよ。
Sounded disappointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Rachel had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erica. It had fallen to Erica's feet. What was that white thing?
わかってるわ、あいつ。主役ってもんを本当によくわかってるわ。
面白いじゃないですか。
The thing that hit Erica in the face and fallen to the floor. She fucking lobbed it at her face. The item Beto had gotten from Renove was a white glove. Oh, what? Requesting a duel? Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. That was...
ゼタル、これは何？どういう意味なの？
これは決闘の申し込みさ。手袋を拾えばそれを受け入れることを意味する。
拾わなければシエスタたちが殺してくれるわ。
there's no way Erica would back down from a duel.
拾う必要ないじゃない。
拾わなくてもいいさ。でも決闘を逃げたおめえを僕らと参列の悪魔処刑は3回
Erica's like
全てに
too-
知らしめるだろうね。
What's the word I'm looking for? I was thinking arrogant, but maybe that's not quite the right word I'm looking for here. Something. But she wouldn't back down from a challenge like that. She would want to destroy her opponent no matter what.
恋の決闘を逃げた臆病者の名を
Especially because of this. Life. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erica had just kicked it away, then that very instant, the chasers would probably all fire at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So Erica did not have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's locker room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So, if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなければ私はこの衣装を汚すことなく。それも披露宴の余興には面白い。だがそなたは拾うさ。へえ、どうしてです？わらわがそなたにぴったりの最高の土産を持ってきたからだ。そなたはそれが知りたい。だから拾うさ。興味ないです。さようなら。拾うさ。わらわが持ってきたバトラの客室などくだらぬ。もっとシンプルで単純で絶対に解けぬ密室をそなたは聞きたいはずさ。絶対解けぬ密室。そなたはわらわの挑戦を受けたいはずさ。なぜならそなたは探偵だからだ。
Becca threw off her wedding dress, as though it was a cape. Yes, she was wearing all that under her wedding dress? Yes, though she was a bride, a piece and a witch. Before any of those, first and foremost.
私は探偵です。
Aw man, freaking Bird made a mistake, freaking built her incorrectly. Making sure that she was a detective before, like, anything else.
あなたを私の対戦相手に認めます。ただあなたはこのゲームに登場する資格をロジックエラーは修正できたんでしょうね。その手袋を拾えばそなたとの戦いの中でそれが修正できたことを証明しようぜ。グッド。
Oh, the cathedral filled with noise. Erica had picked up the glove. A duel, a duel! The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erica's nod, Dunlor pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be allowed to hinder it in any way. Thanks for the cool words, Battler. Oh, maybe it's not the piece Beatrice then. Being used as a decoy.
あなたを助け出します。もうしばらくだけ辛抱してください。
Ito's resolute expression returned, and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erica. Yes, there could be no doubt. This was the expression worn only by the Golden Witch, the majestic presence of the Master of Locked Rooms. Battlefield. The shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. Raindrops never touched him. He made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. That rushing figure was Kenon. Then he ran up the stairs, to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through, and leapt into it. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't have stopped Kenon. Yo, it's Kenon so cool, dude! He slipped through the door, fell into the entranceway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And, as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushiromiya family, which would never come up again, he ran once more. He was heading for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then, the doors to the kitchen and the dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and discipline of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't strict all the time. When the family was out of sight, and he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty, He could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. Hinzo being cool. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Ross was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as if he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madame was a really strict person. Ever since the rumor spread about her being strict on female servants but soft towards male servants, I get the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. On many occasions when she was alone, I saw her shoulders sagging from burdens. There were a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others longer. Genji-sama is the one person fit to be called my father. I'm both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. Over time, all of those feelings mixed together canceled out and left me with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa-san could probably be called my mother. She helped me out so many times. I always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my big sister. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. Goda, I hate him. He sucks. Get him out of here. Stop thinking about him. Still, when I complimented his servants too, he would sometimes turn red and tell me that there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such strong memories popped up in the short time it took me to run past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Oh. So you're a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think of it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. We really did have enough time to build up a love that could have competed with the love between George and Shannon. But since I could only see the gray area, I wasted almost all of that time. Or the gray sea, I wasted almost all of that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we were never really able to clarify that for ourselves. No, she told me. There's nothing wrong with spending more time together to eventually find that out. The reasons for love could have come later on. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. He had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon me. I reached the hallway to the guest room. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off, and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he tried until the final moment when his heart had died. The collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless the chain lock was set. Come on. Battler responded faintly. He probably never imagined that help would come to his eternal locked room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination brought about by his fleeting delusions, that he couldn't be easily roused. Shannon grabbed Battler from behind and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain made its way into the room. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed and torn to shreds, which had been twisted together. He had turned it into a rope, probably while experimenting to see if it could be used for some trick. He tried everything in the room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen throughout the room, and even in the bathroom. empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this toe, he had nearly been prepared to accept Birkenstill's brutal method of escape and cut himself into pieces while washing himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body to protect the game Beto had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had that lasted in the locked room of the logic error? And faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end. And even in the last moment when his heart had died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from his locked room. He had chosen to fall here in the corridor, with the chain still around his neck.
バトラ様、カノンです。どうかお気をしっかり。
He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again.
カノン君か。
そうです。カノンです。よくぞ今日まで耐え忍ばれました。
ちょいと寝坊が過ぎたみてえだぜ。
Butler realized that the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
バトラ様を縛るものは何もありません。さあ、早くお戻りください。
でもよ、あのチェーンを上げるとまた鎖につながれちまう。
大丈夫です。もうバトラ様を縛る鎖は存在しません。僕がここに残ります。
なんだって。
By now, Battler knew the terror of the eternal locked room better than anyone else. His happiness at being able to leave was overwhelmed by a shock at the determination of the room's new
僕は
prisoner.
大丈夫です。何も心配することはありません。
しかし
バトラ様はまだやらなければならないことが。
俺は
早くお戻りを。あなたの代わりに戦っている人がいる。そしてあなたの帰りを待っている人がいる。あなたはまた帰らないのですか？
Stern words and gaze shot through Battler.
本当にいいのか？
はい、それでいいんです。これであの時の借りが返せるのですから。
借り？俺カノン君に何か？
バトラ様の借りではありません。いいから言ってください。僕は借りを作らない主義なんです。さあ早く。あなたは今度こそ待たせてはいけないんです。だから早く。
Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Canon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave this locked room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard from the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Canon went out into the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this internal locked room, in Battler's place.
カノン君、俺もだぜ。
何がですか？
俺も借りを作らない男だぜ。この恩は必ず返す。それもすぐにだ。
期待していいやら。さあ走って、あなたの愛する人のところへ。そしてどうかもう二度と迷わないで。
Battler would not turn around any longer. He ran with everything he had. Man! Give Canon something good soon, dude. He's so cool. And I don't know who I would call my favorite character so far, but Canon's starting to get really up there. And it's made to suffer? No, dude. He ran out into the corridor, whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the end of the corridor and beyond the light. Canon, still connected to the chain, watched him go, and quietly returned to the guest room. Now, he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room, and fix the error in logic. As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Now, if he hid in the closet, the one place Erica hasn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. This tiny space, the final place for me. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be preserved. Canon entered the closet and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It must have been signed that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of the pieces would never tick again. So, for all eternity, no one would come to save them from this place. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, now I paid back all of my debts. I owe nothing to anyone, and no one owes anything to me.
ジェシカが貸してくれた音楽テープ返してないや。いいよね、ジェシカ。あれ気に入ってたんだ。だからプレゼントにしてもらってもいいかな。ダビングして渡すから。ダメ
Slowly, Canon's body began to melt, a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the cramped dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium, it faded away like the light of fireflies. It was painted over with pitch blackness. For all eternity. And alright, back here in the cathedral, the goat attendees were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. Standing across from each other, were Beto and Erica. In their hands were the dueling pistols given to them by Tepar and Furfur.
フリートロック式ですか。また古風。気にするな。悪魔というのは様式美にこだわるものでな。
Stop ruining cool moments! I'm gonna ban you straight from this chat. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. It wasn't a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistols used in the duel between Shannon and Canon, those bullets had contained a magic that would always kill. These pistols also had bullets that were not made of lead.
手
心配の必要はないわよ。あっさり勝ってまたリーアは悪態の日々だわ。
この勝負が終わりましたら、たまには有給を申請してみましょ
You're
う。
all doing this without being paid?
私、この戦いが終わったら、たまにはぶらりとカリブの方へ船旅って
この勝負が終わったらはやめとけって。決闘前に演技でもないわ。
ベアと緊張感を持ってヘラヘラ笑ってる場合じゃありません。
なんでリーチがリラックスしててリーアが緊張してんのよ。
せーの、ベアトリーチェ様、しっかり。
Oh, they became cheerleaders.
ベアトリーチェ様に不利な一騎打ちだ。どうして？
本来魔女は手数で勝負できる。ところがゲームが中断されたため、手持ちはバトラ様の客室の謎くらいしかないのよ。
エリカはその謎だけ青きくさびでうがっても全ての謎を解明したことになってしまう。勝てるわよ、ベアトリーチェ様とバトラ
Yeah,
様。
come on, believe.
我らが二人の主を。
お呼びですか？ありがとう。珍しく勝ちも負けも五分五分だと思ってます。だから先にお礼を言っときます。すべて職務です。感謝の必要はありません。
What, trying to be nice and for once, dude?
私がボロクソに負けたのにかばってくれたとき嬉しかった。私生まれてから誰かにかばわれたのって我が主にさえ。私はかばわれたことがない。
That's because she hates your guts, dude.
私が主に与えられたのは暴かれた真実には暴き返すことで自分の痛みを打ち消すという傷つけ合いの仕方だけでした。傲慢をお許しください。私は守らねばと思いました。
He doesn't need protection. Come on.
真実でそれをよりもっともらしい虚実の横暴で虐げられてきたか、あなたを守りたいと思いました。ありがとう。短い間だったけどあんたは最高のパートナーでした。これからもです。そうですね。あいつを倒したらあんたと一緒にこの島でいっぱいミステリーを作りましょう。そしてそれをあんたに出題していじめて遊ぶ。どうです？気に入りました。新たな挑戦楽しみにしています。あ、嘘ごめん。今の撤回です。こういうの負けフラグって言うんですよ。
You know loser flags? Look at them. Acting like friends disgusts me.
さあいいかい？二人の
Oops. When the demons clap their hands, the duelists instantly return to their bold, tense
魔
smiles.
法の銃に込める弾は鉛じゃないわ。
ミステリーとファンタジーの
互いに
Oh, bullets
真
are
実
red
があ
and
る
blue.
限り弾は無限。
ただし一撃でも当たれば即死。両者覚悟はいいね。
当然。
無論。
栄光ある元老院の議員にして偉大なる絶対の魔女おいでません。汝この決闘の立ち会い人となることを誓うか？
もちろんよ。
First bullets.
誓うわ。
I didn't read that. The crowd split, and Lambda Delta walked forward with Birkenstyle by her side. He looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then, he took out an envelope with the seal of the One-Winged Eagle and lifted it high.
ベアトリーチェより封書にて物語の修正書を受け取ったわ。審査の結果、内容は有効。ロジックエラーの回避を宣言するわ。チェーンロックはかかったまま。これまでの赤き真実に一切矛盾しない。
Yo, let's go. The many Go attendees knew the details of Battler's locked room. They realized how difficult it was. And though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, No one had been able to find an answer, and now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
よって本決闘は有効。決闘はたった1点。バトラの客室の密室をめぐって行われるわ。チェーンロックがかかった密室から後ろ宮バトラは失踪した。これについてエリカは青き真実の争点を、ベアトリーチェは反論の赤き真実の争点を、決闘は決着がつくまで続けられるものとする。
上等だ。
上等です。
Perfect.
オーケー。それではベアとあなたが修正した新しい物語と謎をエリカに提示して。
密室のいとこ部屋よりカノンは魔法にて封印を破らずに脱出。密室にいたり魔法にてバトラを密室の外へ脱出させた。くだらない物語。
結構エリカ側確認は？
副賞要求。バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
受けようぜ。バトラを救出したのは間違いなくカノン本人である。
副賞要求。バトラとカノンは別人である。
受けようぜ。バトラとカノンは別人である。
Strange one to get out of there.
結構です。
エリカ、確認は以上？
今ので結構です。
Oh, confident are we?
オーケー。両者は弾丸を装填なさい。
Becca turned around, pressed her finger against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth, blew a bullet and pushed it in. There's no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or, it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beto's bold smile. Beto had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erica to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Oh, elegant. Then, when she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the Territory Lord, right next to the two witches who sat as witnesses to this duel. Battler's consciousness was still hazy. However, he had apparently understood that Beto had come to duel for his sake, so that he could be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beto with those sluggish eyes. But a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Becca closed her eyes tightly, her fingers still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear. Good. Rebirth. The concentration is as sharp as ever. Are you ready, me? Critical Erica? She talks to herself in the third person. First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from that locked room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Kanon didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is what comes next. No, it's actually what comes before. Kanon was in a cousin's room with the guest house. That room was completely sealed with duct tape. It had been proven that the seal was in effect until the time of the logic error. In other words, Kanon escaped from a locked room that was absolute, with no excuses or twisted logic possible. Good. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate locked room. How did he escape from the perfect locked room known as the cousin's room? If I fixated on that question, I'd be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfect locked room, so there is no way to escape. In other words, trying to think of ways that Kanon could have escaped from the cousin's room is simply a waste of time. The real question is how Kanon could have been somewhere other than the cousin's room at the same time it was sealed. The cousin's room is a completely sealed can. If he was there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. That means he was already outside at the time it was sealed. I checked everyone's location at the time of sealing the rooms. That check I performed must be suspect. At that time, I had just been inside the next room over, and confirmed the presence of 5 people there with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, Nanjo. I specifically listed the names of those 5 people when performing the location check for that room, and received confirmation that they were in there. Then, I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin's room, and had that confirmed for me as well. I said everyone, so whether he was Canon or Yoshia or even Puro Pico, man, they all should have been sealed in that cousin's room. It seems perfect. However, that word everyone seems perfect, something's fishy. The exact definition of that phrase, everyone else, is all people whose names I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it had been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over. So humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin's room. It seems that Canon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshia. But that was no red truth, in other words. But that Canon's real name is the same as one of those in the next room over. They seem about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying that Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, and Shannon and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Kenon's real name was Tanaka George. Wait a minute. Thinking about this, how immediate does the name change occur when marrying someone? As soon as they put on the ring? Let's say that Kenon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushirimiya George and Tanaka George. She's actually thinking about the same bullshit like you have for so many episodes. So Erica, stop that. But no, that's a serious thought right there. I wonder if she's gonna go over that fact. Both Ushirimiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. Would that help them though? In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. They looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the room over, but a 6th-person Canon was hiding somewhere. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see, the double name trick. So stupid, so stupid. Alright, I made my logic. Canon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin's room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang. Damn, too slow. Got shot. There was an explosion at the barrel of her gun, staining the tip of her finger red with blood. Oh, her gun exploded! The Bluetooth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I had Delnor seal that one a short while ago. I told her to ban any Bluetooth arguing about the windows of the next room over, so I can't use it. It's hurt herself.
うるさいです。ちょっとしたミスです。
隣部屋の窓、くだらん小細工で塞いだようだな。ガープに聞いたぞ。
そうですか。それが何か。
ドラノール、そのくだらぬ封印を解け。今やその封印は貴様らの枷である。
Edward figured out everything I've been thinking. And he's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument. Oh, she needs it. Oh, just like that. Broken.
準備はいいようだね。よければ向き合って銃口を。そして真実の火種で着火を。
After facing away and righting herself one last time, Erica spun around. Rachel had been facing her since the beginning. She had a confident, challenging smile, as if she'd been kept waiting. You're waiting, huh? Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing their red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other.
楽しませてもらうぞ。
始めなさい。まずカノンがいかにしていとこ部屋の密室から脱出したか、それを弾丸とします。
ほう、そちらから来るか。来るがよいぞ、存分に。
参ります。
The way. After holding the gun high and pointing at Beto once more, Becca pulled the trigger with statements of red and blue truth.
いとこ部屋は完全な密室が最後まで保証されています。よってカノンがこの部屋に本当にいたなら脱出は不可能です。
Double.
つまりカノンは封印時にいとこ部屋にいなかったのです。カノンの名は仮のもの、本名は未だ不明です。彼の本名が仮に隣部屋の誰かと同じだったなら、つまりいとこ部屋に収容されず隣部屋にいることができるということ。
The attendees chattered and clapped their hands in realization. As if to say, oh, of course, I didn't think of that. Like, oh. Like that one gif of the guy, like, going, oh, like in front of the computer with his friend, like, showing him something. Ah, I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am a detective.
隣部屋は確かに封印されましたが、ロジックエラー時には扉のみしかその維持が証明されませんでした。よって窓の封印は破られた可能性があります。
Thanks for giving me that image. Oh, how do I save gifts? What the hell? It's a PNG! It doesn't even animate! Yo, Tenor sucks. Whatever. Oops, I accidentally tapped the freaking whatever key it was to mute that. But yeah, Tenor sucks. Doesn't even animate. So lame. True that the next room over is sealed, but at the time of the logic error, only the doors were checked to see whether the seals were preserved. Therefore, there's a chance that the window seals were broken. And then Beto's gonna fire back. Nope, the windows were actually perfect and sealed. Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As she said, that is all. Both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erica's gun that fell to the floor. Beto's red bullet had knocked Erica's gun from her hands. Was it arrogance or confidence? If she had just aimed that bullet at Erica's heart, the whole thing would have been over. Beto had missed on purpose. There was a confident smile on her face. Oh, hell yeah. Beto's back! Still, she was offering to play with Erica a little longer. In fact, that was Beto through and through. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable locked room tricks.
南條である。そして隣部屋の人数は5人である。この5つの名に該当する者以外は存在しない。すべての名は本人以外には名乗れない。
It was a thoroughly merciless red truth. It really was severe. Now that it had been limited to 5 people, any leeway for Kenon hiding among there had been completely denied. Since only those to whom those 5 names referred existed within the room, Becca couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person who held 2 names. That one person held 2 names, so the 5 names referred to only 4 people, and allowing for Kenon to sneak in even though his name wasn't on the list. Furthermore, the part about how every name has just one person that it belongs to, and no one could go by a name that is not theirs, was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories.
思えばそなたは前回の寝ぼけたわらわしか知らんのだったな。どうだ、エリカ。これが黄金の魔女のゲームだぜ。
バカな。魔法でカノンが部屋
矢を抜け出したっていうの。
Yeah, it was magic. Give it up.
それよりどうして銃を弾くなんて甘い真似を。
Make you suffer like you deserve.
人間側は魔女の謎を全て打ち砕き、魔女側は人間側の推理を一つ打ち砕けばいい。これではアンフェアだろう。だからわらわも同じにすることにした。
同じ？
わらわもそなたの推理を全て打ち砕いて勝利することにした。
So completely like the Owen Beto. Holy based.
カノン脱出の謎はわらわの勝ちだが、もう一つバトラに辛酸をなめさせた最初の戦場に戻ろうぞ。
Oh? When Beto snapped her fingers, that guest room of Battlers was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all.
拾え銃を。この部屋をお前の棺桶にしてくれるわ。
その言葉そっくりお返しします。私にチャンスを与えたことを後悔させてやります。
立ち会い人よ、エリカに X を許す。
Oh?
説明不要の根拠ね。で、何を許すの？
エリカはカノンの密室脱出トリックの説明義務を負わずに、カノンをこの客室トリックをめぐる青き真実に組み入れることを許そうぞ。
If a theory for explaining how Canon saved Battler did not also explain how Canon escaped from his own locked room, it would have no basis. Becca had already lost that basis. Beto was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part.
当然です。あんたはカノンがバトラを助けたことを赤き真実で保証してるんですから、そんなのもらえて当然です。
Becca faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on her radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to zero. Silence. Liberated Liberator. Let's go. Rudo Attica. Detective Rudo Attica. As long as Canon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Canon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. And while I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entered in his place. Canon set the chain lock. Canon went into the closet. The end. This satisfies the two red truths about the chain lock being set and Battler's absence. And in exchange for escaping this... In exchange for this escape trick, Canon remains inside the guest room. There's no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a locked room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic locked room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, is such a simple theory really enough? The rescuer switched places with him, and the rescuer is hiding in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible, and yet Beto thinks she can win. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear in the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But I'd never be able to call myself a detective if I gave in here. Consider, imagine, don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. One thing I can think of, yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the net of words spoken in red. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll crush them all with repetition requests. This final goal has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet.
副賞要求。バトラ救出時、客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。
認めようぞ。バトラ救出時、客室に入ったのはカノンのみである。そういう話のつもりだよ。
副賞要求。
Oh, I like this part of the song.
私の入室からロジックエラージまで私とバトラとカノン以外に入退出したものは存在しない。
認めようぜ。そなたの入室からロジックエラージまで客室を出入りしたのはそなたとバトラとカノンのみ。
復唱要求、それはすなわち
認めようぜ。
お
そなたとバトラとカノンで3人である。
定義確認。この3人の定義は体の数に等しいと考えていい？3体が出入りをしたってことですよね。
I had enough of things being mixed about with names and numbers of people, being extremely thorough. I want this point to be clear.
なんだ3人、すなわち3体が出入りした。そなたとカノンは入ったのみ、バトラは出たのみ。すべての名は本人以外に名乗れないと赤き真実ですでに語っている。よってエリ、バトラ、カノンの名はいずれも本人にしか名乗れぬのだ。
復唱要求、私は救出者ではない。
当然だ。そなたは探偵ではないか。安心せよ。わらわはそれを尊重する。
It's actually Erica rescued Battler. Of course. That would have been
定義確認。
insane.
救出者の定義とは？
This is also important. I want to immediately remove the possibility that I rescued him
救
accidentally.
出者とはバトラの開けたチェーンロックを再びかけ直したものということにする。バトラを救う意志があったかどうかは問わないことにしておく。
Since he said after Battler undid the chain lock, it's impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. At that point in time, I will not undo the chain for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it's impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can boil it down even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Canon can be the rescuer. Plus, Beto already said that Canon is the rescuer in Red Truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Canon to be involved. At least, so far.
復唱要求、出入りの定義とは客室と外部の境界をまたいだかどうかである。
認めよう。
復唱要求、客室とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内のすべてを含む。
認めよう。クローゼット内を客室でないと言い逃れる気などさら。
定義確認、客室内とはベッドルーム、バスルーム、クローゼット内の3区分である。
Holy.
わらわもその認識でいるぞ。そしてすでにそなたはベッドルーム、バスルームの2区分で誰も隠れていないことを赤き真実で確認したはずだ。
復唱要求、クローゼット内には誰かがいる。
拒否する。
どうしてカノンがそこに隠れているからですか？
カノンは魔法が使えるのだ。確かにクローゼットに一時姿を隠しはしたが、その後すぐに魔法で姿を消したのだ。だからクローゼット内には不在。よって復唱はできるわ。
それの復唱を再要求します。
バカ。魔女側には魔法で行ったことについて説明する義務はないわ。
Oh, she's getting owned, dude. No. It's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Canon disappeared with magic using the Red Truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But, is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet, there's an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't imagine that there's any room for anything to go any differently from the theory I've had since the beginning. Canon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This locked room can only be escaped from by switching places with the rescuer. If Canon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. However, if no rescuer exists for Canon, Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him. I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room must have been confirmed by both name and number of people. Which means my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of this situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room, so I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set. So it cannot be that he escaped behind my back after I left the room. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. I sealed the guest room at the time I examined Battler's corpse. So, until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. Therefore, it's certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room at the time that I entered it. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. That is like entire freaking book written in red. By the above premises, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. For the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which could only be set from the inside, and allowed Battler to escape, is Canon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Canon entered the room, he set the chain. Hidden to one place that he could hide inside the guest room, a closet. Ah. Whoa, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought that I had cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What's the order in which I searched the guest room? First the bedroom. We confirmed with Red that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed with Red that there was nothing there. That's it, right there. When we examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, while I was investigating the bathroom, Canon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. In other words, Samari, the guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart after just 1 minute. I've spotted it. This is the witch's trap. An attempt to lure me to think that Canon's in the closet. The place he's really hiding is in the bedroom. But that isn't gonna be it, is it?
見つけた。やっと見つけましたよ。あんたのトリック。
That was a close one. I've gone and said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. Yet I've said, too bad, the closet is empty. Huh? No, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see. Now I get it. The interchangeable logic trick. Damn that Beto. So, in resolving the logic error, she discovered this strange trick. If I only notice the closet, she'll have Canon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Canon hide in the closet. Both are correct, and yet choosing either one means losing. I have to expose both at the same time, or it isn't checkmate. Incredible. Never heard of such an unfair trick. If this was a magician's stage trick, it'd just be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd just be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it's a legitimate logic trick. In chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. What? Trophy? It's 30,000 clicks? Oh, wait. You're interrupting my cool story. No, a discovered attack. No one. No. A discovered double checkmate? Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches wage war with mystery, what a regal position it is. The beautiful placement of the black pieces cornering my white king feels almost like art. A work of such beauty that if I were a god in the age of myth, I might wish to display it in the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. Alright, dude. For the first time, I feel honored to have been allowed to participate as a human in a game of the truth against a witch. And, ironically, it taught me, the person who have always believed that there is only one truth, that truth isn't necessarily always singular. Seem to go pretty far in this, dude. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see a completely different truth. And though each one of those truths are true, both are incorrect if they are all you can see. In my life until now, just how many truths have I turned my eyes away from? Because I was blinded by some trivial truth. This is the truth of the world. You done yet?
真実は一つしか存在しないというおごりがたった一つの真実を見つけただけでありがとうベアトリーチェさんまさか魔女にこの世界の真理を教えられるとは思いませんでした
Slowly, a soft and gentle motion, like a flower opening, a morning dew dripping down inside. Kirka raised their gun.
私のあなたのダブルチェック
なら
バトラの客室失踪トリックはバトラは私の室内探索中そしてバスルームの騒ぎの間にチェーンを外し室外へ脱出しましたこの時廊下にはカノンが待機していましたカノンは入れ替わりで客室に入りチェーンを施錠しましたこれがバトラ失踪のトリックですそしてその後ベッドルーム内に隠れました私がベッドルームに不審者がいないことを確認した後のことですのでよって救出者カノンはベッド
Becca's blue bullet flew in a strange arc. It became a wedge of blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and to the floor beneath. Rachel didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with red truth.
ベッドルームカノンは存在しない
The GOAT attendees gasped. It appeared as though Erica had been defeated, denied by red truth. To goats who can't see more than a single truth, it probably looks as though I've lost.
次が本命ですこれが並び立つ真実を知り得た人間の答えですどうやら幻想物語では第二の晩までが終わってるみたいですしならば私が残りの晩を遂行して黄金鏡への扉を開いてあげましょうあなたが負けて消えるならばそれ黄金のバラに包まれてがふさわしい
Fires of Bluetooth flashed at Erica's feet. She loaded a Bluetooth bullet once more. That overflowing blue power was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. She's lost it. He wasn't aiming for Beto. He was aiming behind Beto. At the closet.
ベッドルームを否定したならばもう逃げ場はここしかない死ねカノン
Nope, he's not in the closet either. Actually, while you were messing with the bathtub, he hid in the... under the sink. The 5 wedges of blue truth she released grazed Beto's cheeks, hair, and shoulders, and pincushioned the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was hiding, who was inside, to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, Samadhi. On the 4th twilight, gouged the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouged the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight. On the 7th twilight. On the 8th twilight. Gouge and kill and kill and kill. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance.
これが私の暴く真実です以上
When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges piercing the closet disappeared. However, the many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Then, as though this had concluded the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the space between that was the constructed guest room became countless golden flower petals that drifted away. Now the duelist and the crowd of attendees were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beito remained. It stood there, all by itself, like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a desolate wind, the hole-covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. The figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a greenish-gray robe. Of course, that also had large holes showing that had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clearer that this was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness.
客室にカノンは存在しない。もちろんクローゼット、ベッドルーム、バスルーム。
Oh, it's not even in the bathroom.
カノンはバトラーを逃がしクローゼットに隠れ、そして魔法にて消えた。それが魔女の真実以上。
勝負ありです。それ以上は。
勝者ベアトリーチェ
Oh, oh yeah. Oh. Oh! The attendees let out a cheer. True magic, how beautiful. Regalia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The seven sisters jumped about in celebration. Then, at the same moment, the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory. The head ring worn by Erica, who was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the cursed ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Battler was starting to regain consciousness. Even the narrator is excited. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Beto latched onto the coffin Battler in joy. Regalia, Gap, and Renove did the same. Y'all group hug? All of the seven sisters also crowded about him in delight.
ひでえトリックだ。こんなので通ると思ってんのか。こんなトリックじゃまた人間どもがこんなのミステリーじゃねえって騒ぎ出すぜ。
いいえ、立派なトリックです。愛がない人には見えないです。バトラさん、バトラさん。エリカ卿、エリカ卿、誰か手当てを早くです。
The rose of blood in Erica's chest wouldn't stop to opening its petals.
第3度概念否定書。存続系中和剤は不可。大至急の最短承認でのみ中和可能。駒の主の最短承認が必要なり。
ベルンカステル卿、最短のご許可を。ベルンカステル卿、どちらに？
式典警備隊に捜索要請。ベルンカステル卿を探したまえ。了解であります。
Look at her leaving like the sore loser she is.
データリンク捜索体制。
卑劣。主が駒の決闘を見届けないなんて卑劣が過ぎると知れ。
After learning that her master was already nowhere to be seen, Erica, who was being held by Delignor, didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life.
カ
神と悪魔たちよ、彼女の高潔なる散り際をどうか語り継ぎたまえ。
高潔悪役ってのはきっちり無様に散って
Not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role.
エリカ卿、動いてはいけません。
下がりなさい。下がれ！
Erica yelled with all of her soul. Those who surrounded her flinched back and fell on their butts. Not done yet!
私は真実の魔女フルトエリカ。真実の魔女とは真実に耐える魔女。私はようやく自分の本当の真実を受け入れられそうなんです。
The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. At the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beto, hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. That sort of expression is a loser's greatest salvation.
エリカ卿、もう決闘は終わっています。
終わってないんだ。
死が二人を分かつまで
誰にも彼女の散り際を汚せない。
Two demons grabbed Eleanor's shoulder and held her back. What's she planning? Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erica walked towards Beto and Battler, despite it all. The blood dripped from her. It became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So, as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. Duel wouldn't end until one of them died. So, even though the outcome was clear, it wasn't over. Beto and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back. They both walked forward to face the noble loser.
エリカ。
復活おめでとうございます。あんた、長男の層を持ってますよ。ろくな女に好かれやしない。
そうだな。
He doesn't want a normal one.
ろくな女に惚れねえ。
ベアト、いいえ、あんたたちに頼みが。
もう人たちを望むのですか？
エリカ。
受けようぞ、そなたの高潔なる申し出を。
ありがとう。
As her consciousness began to waver, Erica raised her gun again. He pointed it at the two of them. Beto also raised her gun to point back at Erica. And Battler placed his hand on hers.
もう決着してるのに、これ以上何の論点があるというのです。
エリカ様。
私はなぜ何の力にもなれずここに。見届けなさい。それが親友の仕事でしょ。
When did they truly become friends? Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red. Though neither side spoke, they did both know what trump card the other would use. Or did they both know what trump card the other would use?
最後に自己紹介しとこうと思いまして。
What is she saying this late into the game? No one could imagine what red truth Erica had loaded.
ベアト、いいのか？
はい、構いません。
様の引き金は一緒に。
分かってるぜ。
I replaced his own hand on top of the finger that Beto had around the trigger.
会えてよかった。
俺たちは永遠にずっと一緒だ。
イチャイチャと見せつけてくれます。
Shut up.
イラついてきてたんです。やっぱお涙で退場は私の好みじゃないです。やっぱ悪役は最後の最後までこういう面でなきゃ。
いい面構えだぜ。お前との結婚生活もヘドが出るくらい楽しかったかもな。
当然です。毎日のけぞらせまくってベアトさんなんか忘れさせてあげるくらいの
Alright, dude.
快楽の世界に閉じ込めてあげたのに。
お前ごとき小娘、バトラを虜にするにはまだ1000年早いわ。
ああ、あんたの顔もそれが一番キュートです。お互い最後はこういう顔がいいですよね。
恋。
これが探偵フルドエリカの最後の捨て台詞、そして自己紹介です。
Becca spun around in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood
は
and
じめ
golden
ま
petals.
して、こんにちは。探偵フルドエリカと申します。
Dude, it's continuing by itself.
ですがどうか歓迎を。我こそは来訪者ロッケン島の18人目の人間。
申し訳ないが
そなたを迎えても
17人だ。
Oh, that was so cool. Even if you join us, there's still only 17. Oh, wait. And what a true thing. Oh, she's gone, dead forever, never gonna see her again. Best episode. Alive when the game was suspended. I wonder if the lyrics mean anything. Sixth game. Dawn of the Golden Witch. How does it even continue from here? Well, I guess Burn is gone, so we gotta, what, find her and figure out what her deal is? Why she ran away? Oh. Ooh. Oh, my trophies. Alright, alright. I assume we have tea parties to look at. Take a quick break and then we'll see what this is all about. And for Erica's funeral, we don't need to do that. Anyway, I guess I'll be right back. Short break. I'm gonna, well, how much longer would this go on for? I'm wondering if I should quickly refill my coffee, or maybe I'll just get a bottle of water. Glass of water. Yeah, I figured boost. Tea parties are never that long. Sometimes they're a decent bit long. And a couple. Anyway, play this one. Right, be back in a bit. Alright. I went ahead and just got myself some water. These tea parties probably aren't going to be that long anyway. Probably enough coffee. I probably don't need like a full glass of it. Well, it would have taken a little bit of time to make the coffee anyway. Okay. There it goes. Alright. Freeman Discharger. How are these tea parties gonna turn out? Gonna get a glimpse of what Burn is doing? Tea, what? You want break to take like another 15 minutes? I don't. I want to continue. What, are Beatrice and Battler marrying each other? Like they could have done? Like, that's the start? It'd be so funny if this was just another one of Beatrice's tricks. All that. It's just a super extended version of what she did in, like, episode 2. Or was it episode 3? I don't even remember. Beto took Battler's hand and put a ring with the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger.
領主はすでにあなたです。ですからこの指輪はバトラさんのものです。
本当にいいのか、これは。お前が生み出した世界。そして、
はい、あなたと一緒になりたくて生み出した物語だから、もうこの世界の目的は果たされました。だからこれからはあなたが紡いでください。私とあなたのこれからの物語を。
てんじゃ、勝手が狂うか。領主のめんどくさい仕事を押し付けるだけ。
Yep, she can switch between the two personalities. That's sick.
夫人は威張るだけでいいから実に気楽なことだ。わらわは日々を遊んで、そなたが新しい物語を書くのを待てばいい。そして新しい物語のたびにそなたのためにどんな役でもこなそうぜ。凶悪な魔女でも公的種でも
恋人でも妻でも。
Damn, she can really snap between the two.
俺の物語は激しいぞ。朝から晩まで大忙しだ。
うん。望むところよ。
Beto's hand relinquished the ring of the Territorial Lord. From Battler, she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn by the wife of the Territorial Lord. Then, they exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. It's all a trick to get you to marry me, Battler! Haha! Get tricked, idiot! I'm now your wife! Then, the pair turned around, faced with the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them.
今宵の慶事を記念し、領主陛下より叙勲が与えられます。
Accomplishments.
呼ばれたる者は前へ。
At Battler's nod, Beto read the name of the first guest to be recognized.
カノン、前へ。
Our hero!
カノン君。
A girl pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beto, and took the form of Canon, kneeling in front of those two nobles. Canon already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Lead.
カノン、ここに。
そなたは囚われの身となっていた我が夫の危機に対し、これを救出し、永遠の牢獄に自ら残るという自己犠牲を見せた。その献身、叙勲に値する。よってその身の復活と士官を許可するものである。
Oh, happy ending for Canon. Let's go.
はっ、ありがたき幸せ。
カノン君、ヨシア君、ヨシア君。
So race forward. landed sobbing in Shannon's chest. Shannon patted her head gently and held her.
家具として使えるんじゃないぜ。人間として使えるんだぜ。そこの意味理解してるよな。
はい。
After looking at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully.
そしてもう一組、後ろ宮ジョージ、並びにシャノン。前へ。
They get something? What did they do? George and Shannon were next to be called. Perhaps they already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled.
後ろ宮ジョージ、ここに。
シャノン、ここに。
そなたらはゼパルとフルフルの試練を見事最後まで耐え抜いた。その見事な功績と
He killed Cannon so that he could become a ghost and save Battler.
模範としてこの上
You know what? True. Alright. Fine.
よって両名の結婚証明書を陛下の署名にて発行する。
ありがたき幸せ。
本証明書は何人たりとも異議申し立てすることはかなわない。
Damn, even Eva can't stop it.
叙勲者親族一同は心して祝福せよ。
つうわけだ。しがらみは一切なしで、どうか二人に米粒の雨をぶつけて祝福してやってくれ。よっ、おめでとう。
Throwing rice at them seems like it would hurt. When the territorial lord clapped his hands in celebration, it spread throughout the entire cathedral. Then a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one.
いいこと？あんまりしょっぱいお味噌汁作ったら許さないんだからね。
Too much salty miso soup. What do you
それから
mean?
ジョージは少し太りやすいから砂糖は控えめに。
ジョージ、男は結婚したらな、親より嫁を大切にせなあかん。母さんが何を言ってもな、シャノンちゃんをしっかり守るんやで。
Oh, Shannon's gonna get him nice and fat like Hideyoshi.
ああ、当然さ。
ジョージさん。
ジョージはね、きっちり7時間寝ないとダメなのよ。
That's not happening.
夜更かしさせたら許さないんだからね。背中を流すのも耳の掃除も妻の仕事なのよ。そうだったんですか？私としたことが。
仕事内容は家による。
ルドルフさん。
Oops.
してるじゃねえか。なんでそこ疑うんだよ。
お幸せにね、ご両人。結婚はゴールじゃないわ。
And you're the only one without a man. That's a little sad.
おめでとう、おめでとう。うりゅう、おめでとう。
You know, I saw it in the lyrics of that like credit song we saw earlier. It had like the two U's, the ooh in it. I saw in one of the lyrics. Qatar gonna be Maria's dad?
僕たちも
I don't know about that. They're more like siblings.
絶対負けねえぜ。畜生。
Yeah, okay, dude. All the Ushumiya family, all of the servants, and all the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated a hero, the honorees, with even greater applause.
黄金の魔女によって紡がれる物語は最後は碑文にて物語を結ぶのが良いだろう。
With the
以下
epitaph.
黄金の魔女の碑文より黄金鏡の書魔女は賢者をたたえ4つの宝を与えるだろう。1つは黄金鏡のすべての黄金、
The gold.
すべての死者の魂をよみがえらす。1つは失った愛すらもよみがえらせる。1つは 魔女を永遠に眠りにつかせよ。
安らかに眠れ、我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
Look back. Oh, hello, Angie.
これでベアとは満足して眠りについたってこと？そう解釈するのが妥当であろう。それでゲームはお開きになったからお兄ちゃんは解放されるんでしょ？お兄ちゃんはどうなるの？さてどうなるやら。そのかけらの書物はそこまでの物語しか記しておらぬようだ。お兄ちゃんがどうなるか結局わからずじまいじゃない。
He lives happily with Beatrice forever in the Golden Land. Not as though anything will come of it anyway. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and enjoyed themselves there. So says the tale. But in reality, everyone died in that horrific accident.
でもいろいろと興味深いことが知れたわ。あの島はやっぱりとんでもない幻想の島なのね。まったくだ。そしてそなたの朗読はとても素晴らしいものだった。なんだかぶっ通しで6時間くらい映画を見せられたような疲労感だ
Damn,
な。
it's almost been 6 hours. How does she know?
疲れた。後宮エンジェ、本当にご苦労だった。我が退屈はそなたの朗読によって癒された。このフェザリーヌ、数えることも忘れて久しい年月ぶりに心よりそなたに感謝するぞ。感謝するなら私にも何か助訓してほしいわね。何が良いか少し時間をもらおう。考える。
Think. Catherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it gently, apparently trying to think of something. Old.
後宮エンジェ、本当にご苦労だった。よくぞ最後まで朗読に付き合ってくれた。これにて我が巫女の任を解く。そなたは元の世界に戻り、そなたに与えられた運命を再開するがいい。
She has been given.
やれやれ、とんだ寄り道だったって感じね。すねるな。褒美は今考えている。そうだな。たまには少し。いや、もう随分とやっていない。壺のインクも干からびて炭になっていそうであるな。
Thanks for all people. Even after the tale ended, Angie and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It was very serious and fiery. Angie had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle, which had drifted here once more from Akanjima of 12 years previous to tell her of a single possible truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation of the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth, and it did not mean the end of her journey. Still, this interpretation had its place. It wasn't sufficient to fill a 12-year gap in her heart. However, for now, she was content just to enjoy the feeling the tale had created, along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made.
ありがとう。最後まで読んでくれて。そして、あなたの考えと感想をありがとう。きっと一番最初の無限の魔女も喜んでいると思います。なんだ、素直にそういうことも言えるじゃない。最初からそういう口調で喋ってればもっとファンも増えるんじゃない？あなたという素晴らしい読者を称えているだけです。物言わぬ、考えることもできぬ豚どもに読ませるくらいならば、あなた一人のために原稿を記す方が私に与えられた寿命という時間をよほど有意義に費やせると言いたいだけ。だからそういうことを言わなきゃいいのに。ま、一応は褒められたと思っておくわ。さて、
I get the feeling that I spent a really, really long time here. Feels as though I spent a major fraction of my life here. It should feel uncomfortable sitting here on a sofa in someone else's house. For some strange reason, it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock shows that it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very
お
strange.
連れの方は遅いですね。長電話かしら。男のくせに気持ち悪いやつ。
What's wrong with it? He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okanagi-san, didn't he? Even though he was told that he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. It's too ridiculous a point to argue, so I just left him to it.
公衆電話って遠いんですか？通りに出てずっと下っていけば角のお店にありますよ。これでおいとまします。これ洋館代にでも。そのお金をあなたに払ったらまた来て私の新しい原稿を読んで感想を聞かせてくれますか？札束払ってまで私みたいな可愛くない女に原稿を読んでほしいんですか？いいえ、あなたは本当に良い、よく考える読者だった。あなたのような人を探すために私たちは物語を紡ぎ世に放っているのです。褒めすぎだわ。私は読書に感情移入しすぎるタイプなだけよ。
Not too sure how I feel about Makusa being not here right now.
この短くない時間を割いてくれたお礼に、いつかきっとあなたの物語を書きましょう。またあんたの義書に私が登場するの？今度はマシな殺し方を頼むわ。あなたは奇跡はお好き？ご都合主義？昔は嫌いだったけど最近は大歓迎よ。ただ口が肥えてるんでビルから飛び降りて無傷なくらいじゃもう奇跡には入れてないけど。ではそんなあなたが奇跡に思える物語をやがてどうも。突然押しかけてひどいことばっかり言ってすみませんでした。
Apologize.
いいえ、有意義な対談でしたよ。
Yeah, she likes it. It's
編
fine.
集局長さんにまたあなたとの対談をセッティングしてもらおうかしら。その機会がまたあるならね。 See you again. Have a nice day. ええ、またいつかあなたの真実にたどり着けますように。ありがとう。もしあなたの真実にたどり着けたならあなたの真実もいつか物語にしてみてください。あんたらの魔女仲間になれと？どうかしら。文字書くの苦手だし良き読者が良き執筆者とは限らないわよ。いやいや、全く。私も人の本は全く読めませんし。やれやれ。じゃあこれで。あなたとはこれで二度と会わないだろうけれど、いつかどこかで別のあなたにまた会える幸運を
Another
祈ってい
you.
ます。
Another Angie?
最後に一つだけ聞いてもいい？どうぞ。物語の中に登場したフェザリーヌって魔女、あれはあんたよね？語るのもおこがましいですがそのつもりです。こういう質問もおかしいんだけど、あんたがフェザリーヌなの？フェザリーヌがあんたなの？さて何の話やら。
Mysterious woman remained mysterious to the end. And so I made it through a day I had no memory of. And the following day, I took a boat to Nijima. Self-insert. She's cool though, so it's fine. I'll probably never see her again. However, that just means I won't see her again. The other me's might, somewhere down the road. Just as I was able to reach Sour Truth, I pray that they too can reach their destinations. So long, Featherine. If you ever write a better story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. Still continuing?
おかげさまでこんな豪勢なエスコートは初めてですぜ。おこのぎの旦那も招待したいくらいだ。
遠慮する。もう俺は年だ。飛んだり跳ねたりは卒業したぜ。
The person on the other end of the line was Okanogi. Okanogi was also the one who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone.
こっちはクールな旅をしてますんで、今んところ飛んだり跳ねたりの必要はありません。
スマデラカスミが死に物狂いで探している。情報屋の話じゃ、すでに六軒島への足まで用意させてるらしい。鉢合わせするぜ。
予定通りです。
せいぜい5、6人前後のグループだろう。
Oh, so am I right that freaking Amakusa actually just sniped them? Maybe using that one rabbit that was had a very oddly descriptive, like, description for what they did. Being able to snipe at long range. 2 kilometers, was it? That'd be enough to, like, shoot from across the island.
武装もおそらく拳銃程度。お前の敵じゃない。好きに暴れろ。だが確実に殺す。
Oh.
お前好みのおもちゃは用意できたか？
もちろん。旦那もよくこんなもんが国内で手配できるもんだ。
Behind Amakusa was the rental car they had borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag. Sumadera had once her gone?
今度は気をつけますって。ちょろい仕事です。
They were reading that there were theories that Amakusa was Erika's boyfriend. Huh. Think about that's updated. What do we know about the dude that was through, like, Erika's back and forth with Delanor in the bedroom? There was something about theater going and being in a play or something like that, right? I don't think Amakusa really had anything mentioned similar to that. Could be an interesting theory. He was part of a theater group. When was that ever mentioned? Oh, interesting thought.
あと、例の件も分かってるよな。
例の件、はて、何のことやら。
とぼけやがって。まあいいさ。お前はなんだかんだ言って、昔から俺の期待を裏切らない男さ。お前さえ容量が良けりゃ、手を汚さずに済む。いくらでもやりようがあるさ。
何の話か分かりかねますぜ。
Other matter without needing to get his hands dirty.
エンジェちゃんもかわいそうな子なのは分かってんだ。ならそうと真相の令状らしく振る舞ってくれりゃいいんだが、エヴァさんなきゃと俺たちは結束していくことで合意したんだ。みこしは大事だが 少々よろしくない。世界平和のためにもな。
流れ次第ってことですぜ。スマデラの黒服がマシな銃の撃ち方をしてくれりゃいいんだが。なんです旦那。
まさかほんの数日の逃避行でエンジちゃんとできちまったわけじゃねえだろうな。
Alright, I guess that makes it clear enough.
あんな父くせえ小娘にご冗談を。
いや、俺は別にいいんだぜ。お前もようやく女にちょっかいを出すくらいには吹っ切れたってことじゃねえか。世界の半分は女なんだぜ。一人や二人でうじうじしてたら身が持たねえぜ。
おっと、お嬢が来ました。そんじゃこれで新島の宿に着いたら連絡しますぜ。それじゃ。
Angie walked down the... Oh, so I'm a Kusa point of view. Angie walked down the street towards me. Why'd you have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life.
ずいぶん長電話だったのね。待ち疲れたからおいとましてきたわ。
すみませんすみません。お嬢はどうでした？何か面白いことは分かりましたかい？
面白かった。収穫はそれだけよ。
そいつはクールだ。
After Makusa opened the passenger side door, Angie got in the car. Makusa quickly went around to the driver's seat.
じゃあ港へ向かいます。
Slided on in.
旦那の情報じゃスマデラ家が網を張ってるらしいですぜ。
それに引っかかるようなら、私の運もその程度。引っかからないなら、六軒島は私を待ってるわ。任せましょう。
うんか。
どうするか決めかねているとき、あるいはどうでもいいとき、コイントスのように運命に身を任すのも悪いことじゃないわ。
Oops.
なら俺もそいつに任せてみますかね。嫌いじゃねえや、そういうの。
ボディーガードが運任せとか言い出したわ。最悪。
旦那との電話のせいですっかりオチを読み損ねちまった。あの後どうなったんですかい？聞かせてくださいよ。
嫌よ。教えないわ。
そりゃ残念。
Our dash through the hilly town. We would not return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Angie didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current endless witch, Hachijo Toya, had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where a witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Angie's eyes. Still so many mysteries going on, dude. New tea party? Alright, one more and then I guess we're done for today. I guess Okanagi actually hired Amakusa to be able to off the Sumaderas, like chasing Angie, and then Angie herself. He clearly shot all of the bodyguards in Kasumi, like, first. And I guess whatever happened after that is a coin toss. He probably left that part, like, up to fate, like we said there. Up to luck. We're checking the tips after the party too. Righto, righto.
どこ?
Oh, Burn point of view? Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat. I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her, and then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I left the cathedral. I'd planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze, where I could kill time until the end of that farcical reception.
確かに人の顔を見たくなかったから人気のない方へばかり進んだけど、さすがにこれはいないにも程があるわ。
I, the great Birkenstell, am lost? A miracle like that certainly couldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached. A period that is no different from infinity. So, when something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it's not a miracle, but due to someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this bizarre corridor is because someone's design has forced me here.
誰？こんな手の込んだ真似で私を呼ぶのはよっぽどの恥ずかしがり屋みたいね。こんな人気のないところに呼び出すんだから。
Then, from the other end of the corridor, I heard a sound. Patter, patter, patter. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. No miracle could cause a dog or cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, it means that I'm being guided in that direction. Alright then. This might be some new idea to keep me entertained. If this is some joke of Lambda's, I'll cover her whole body with honey using my tongue as a reward. Dude. And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. In the direction that noise had come from. It was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness. Oh? Sick. Like cat eyes opening? There were two emerald green glints. Probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that blended well into the darkness.
あなたが呼んだの？それともあなたに使う？
Eating? When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. It was unsettling, as though I'd run through a puddle of blood on its way there. After my eyes adjusted to the darkness, even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out the red footprints ahead of me. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onwards. Patter, 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 patter. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. It headed forward, turned corners, and descended what appeared to be stairs from time to time. And then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, it slipped through the crack of a door.
ここ。
Oh man. I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air had a slight change in the echoes made by footsteps. The air and the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room, not a corridor. The sounds of the cat footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. A light. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, that same black cat was noisily gobbling down a bowl of pet food. Gee. So, this is its reward for bringing me here.
猫、お食事中悪いけれど、そろそろあんたの主人を呼んでちょうだい。それともまさか、あんたが私を呼んだ本人ってわけじゃないわよね。
Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating its food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. Rude? What the fuck? More reasons to hate her? When I did kick the cat, it sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall and fell to the ground. Then it vanished, as though it had melted into the darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its food bowl, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot and piled it into there.
何なのこの趣味の悪い艦隊は。
ケルトはひどいことをする。
The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Birkenstock had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Kicking Featherine's cat, dude?
そなたであろうが、その猫は肉を食らい、選ぶ道もあることを学んだ猫よ。久しぶりであるな。
あんたが教えなきゃ気づかずに済んだ道よ。肉の味を教えた化け物。生き返ったのね、フェザリーヌ・アウアウローラ。
アウグストゥス・ア
I
ウロ
heard
ー
a
ラである
taste
と
of flesh.
そなたには何度教えても覚えぬな。よい、それもまた懐かしい噂は聞き及んでいるぞ。奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルを名乗り、あまり褒められぬかけら遊びをして回っていると
な。あんたの真似をしてるだけよ。到底及びやしないけれど、もし私の噂がよからぬものならば、あんたはそれに100をかけるべきだわ。
Birkenstock sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with the
な。
place.
何を怯えているか。私はこれまでで最も長く過ごした巫女との再会を喜んでいるだけであろうが、使いの猫がそんなにも気に入らなかったか。
Featherine actually bad, but she seemed kind of cool. I should never trust witches. You know what? I'm gonna stop trusting Beatrice again. Did I read that? By all appearances, Birkenstill's manner seemed relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And, judging by the expression that rose to Burn's face, Featherine had been right on the mark.
私に対する当てつけにも程があるわ。血の足跡を残しながら歩き、血まみれの肉を頬張る猫なんて
怯えるな。よく見よ。血まみれの肉を頬張る猫などどこにいる。そなたを迎えに行った褒美にビスケットの皿を与えただけではないか。
Candies! Oh no, we're in episode 2 again. Despite there being no wind, the bowl at her feet seemed to blow away as though it were made of soot. In its place lay a lovely and perfectly normal cat dish. Yeah, perfectly normal with all the candies. With this pile of small biscuits on top of it. Yeah, biscuits. Birkenstock didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Feathering shrugged and muttered, "If you haven't changed, Elderman." Or you haven't changed, Elderman, as she rocked in her rocking chair. Once again reminding us how old she is.
相変わらず不愉快なやつだわ。でもね、今は愉快よ。あんたの真似をしてるとね、本当に退屈しないわ。
なじれ、好きに。かつて別れに際し、そなたに許した置き土産だ。
口の悪い巫女は退屈しないから好き。なんだっけ？
I do have a test. I am sitting in one, my dude. I just have the A lever on the side pulled up to extend the footrest. Extending the footrest also stops it from rocking. Alright, yeah, okay, keep making fun of me, but this is the comfiest chair in this entire room, dude. It's sick. I'd be playing all my video games in this. Oh, you have like back problems in your stupid RGB like gaming chair. Sometimes I even like recline the thing all the way back and take a nap.
バカバカしい。あんたを喜ばせるくらいなら口をつぐむわ。それで何の用？ベアトリーチェのゲームがバトラの勝利によって終わったそうだな。感激していた。
Taking naps like an old man? Everyone takes naps, my dude. Come on. Not an old person thing.
なかなか面白かった。私の無様な役で、それは面白かったでしょうよ。とんでもない。なかなか光栄であった。ベアともそなたに感謝しているだろう。それで、ベアとのゲームのかけらを朗読しろって言うならお断りよ。私はもうあんたの巫女じゃない。私はベアとのゲームをすべて感激してきた。ラムダデルタのゲームもバトラのゲームも興味深く感激させてもらった。一応すべての謎に私なりの答えを用意できたつもりでいる。犯人、動機、個別のトリック、碑文の謎は最後がギリギリわからぬが、私が実際に六軒島に行き検証すればわかる程度のレベルまでの推理は持っている。それで無論真実は一つでない以上、私の推理も許される可能性の中の一つに過ぎんだろう。
There's still so many things to solve.
それは可能性の範囲内であり、さまつな問題だ。何？あんた、私とベアとのゲームの論争がしたいの？違う。したいのは答え合わせだ。人の子よ。
Look at the answers. Those words of Featherings made Birkenstell straighten up. Her old master did not fail to notice that small reaction.
そなたも出演者として参照のように物語を盛り上げてきた。その過程で多くの真実も知るだろう。しかしベアトが巧みに隠してきたいくつかの謎についてはそなたも知らぬのではないか？なるほど。私にまた腹渡を食いちぎって引きずり出す役をやらせたいのね。感激を終えればパンフレットを読み舞台裏を知るのはそなた風に言うなら食後にたしなむ紅茶のようなものだ。それはたしなみだが欠かすことはできぬ。生きてるうちはめでて遊んで死んだら肉を食らってご機嫌満腹。あんたにとって猫は二度役に立つわけだわ。死ね、化け物。答え合わせがしたい。そなたも知りたいはずだ。ベアとの亡骸を葬ると思い、その葬儀をそなたに執り行ってほしいということだ。それならばどうか、人の子よ。
Calling her a child of man? Featherine snapped her fingers. A thin spotlight shone on a table cluttered with books. There, lay a folded version of the game board for Beto's game. The Witcher theater going spun her finger in a circle and the game board opened up by itself, revealing the rows of black and white pieces that were packed away inside it.
ゲーム版もコマもすべて揃っている。過去のゲームの寄付もすべて揃っている。
With a rustling sound, the books flipped through all their pages on their own accord, shut themselves, and flew to the side of the game board, where they awaited. Inside them, all of the movements of the pieces during the previous games were recorded.
なるほど。足りないのはプレイヤーと解説者だけってわけ。紅茶も足りぬな。梅干しも足りぬか。もちろん用意しよう。いいわ。それにからし大福もつけてくれたら手を打つわ。
Mustard rice cake.
交渉は成立だ。条件が一つ。ほう。それは何か。朗読者は私。愛がないからいろいろとおかしな解釈をしてしまうかもしれない。でもどう読むか、どう抑揚をつけるかは朗読者の自由よ。私は答え合わせがしたいだけだ。物語になど興味はない。そなたがどんな物語を紡ごうと全く興味がない。なるほど。ようやくそなたが何をしたいのか。飲むでしょ。いいだろう。私は答えが知りたい。そなたは鬱憤が晴らしたい。交渉は成立だ。
When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared, as though beckoning Birkenstell to sit there. The chair, its design horribly mismatched with the furnishings of the room, was a throne. Wait, I've seen this before. Yo, Battler looking sick. This is...
認めようぞ。座るがよい。ゲームマスターはそなただ。
Oh, I knew this is where it was heading.
いいのね、本当に。いいのね。そなたの鬱憤が晴れるような好きな物語を紡げばいい。私には興味ないことだ。ただし、私からも条件を一つ。私の求める答え合わせをすべてせよ。隠し事も包み隠しもごまかしも。任せなさい。腹渡引き裂いて中身をすべて引きずり出すのは私の最も得意とするところ。あんたの仕込みだもの。紅茶を入れよう。魔法でなく私自らの手でな。主が巫女に茶を入れて信ぜようぞ。かつてベアタは私に
Vicious
紅茶
said.
を飲むなら魔女とに限ると言ったわ。我らにはどうやら違うようだ。
Oh, it's beating a head on its own again. Dude, Mountain Twin part meat in his bladder red. No, not just meat, even the intestines.
紅茶を飲むなら
Ah, the lyrics are cool to read too.
化け物同士に限るわ。
Oh man. Man, I think I might have been okay with episode 6 being the ending, but then the tea parties always leave like a really good cliffhanger, dude. Oh, this is a really good version. Oh, it's saying the number! 0750. Huh. So we know 15 is together. 07 separately? Oh. Oh.
駒の準備を始めるわ。投資番号で言う第7のゲーム。そうなる縁起のいい数字だ。それはベアトにとってではないわ。
Arkansas slowly picked up a black piece. It was the piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen. It couldn't even become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. First came piece positioning. Even this early, Witch's game had already begun. Arkansas took Beetle's piece and slowly erased it high. Holy dude. Yeah, the sound effects in the song were sick. Oh. New game board, new element. Oh yeah, look at the tips. Ah, oh, dude. How's this so good? Oh yeah, what? Oh, we got this as a background. Or that I gotta read. Do I read the title now, or do I just keep that as a secret for next time? Okay, what do we have for Spirit and Mirror? Ooh, talking about this. Kept in a shrine built on a rock in no waters near Rakanjima to suppress the evil spirits of Akujikijima. It is believed to possess a great power which holds these evil spirits at bay. This mirror is revered by the fishermen around the Nijima area, and several times each year a small ceremony is conducted jointly by the Ushiramiya family and the Nijima Fishery Cooperative. In the past, Kinzo ordered that it be cleaned on the change of the season. However, it is unknown whether or not he did this out of respect for the occult. Whether or not he did this out of respect for the occult of the Eastern world. Specifically something character page? Alright. First I want to read about this. They're short enough. Set of dueling pistols. A set of demonic dueling pistols prepared by Zapar and Furfur. The number of shots loaded depends on the format of the duel. In most cases, each gun holds just a single round. The emotions of the duelist are loaded into them, and if the bullet grazes any part of the body, the concept of the target is denied without exception. In the past, duels were performed in a classic style with swords, but this took a great deal of time before an outcome was reached, with displeased certain impatient theater-going witches. Okay, nice jab. For this reason, a dueling weapon that would always kill with a single shot was asked for and created. Of course, these weapons are not particularly popular among theater-going witches who are fans of drama. More than one theater-going witch? Alright, what's new about this? Fell from a pleasure boat and is currently missing. Due to the Rakanjima explosion accident that occurred shortly after, her own accident was lost to history. Rakanjima explosion accident. That's the one Eva says happened that killed everyone, huh? Her family argues that she might have drifted to Rakanjima and gotten involved in the accident, but no evidence indicating her presence on the island has been found at the scene. Foragers who learn of her fall from the boat often theorize that she drifted into Rakanjima and add her into the witch's illusion. So she was a person who existed, but it's possible she never actually drifted to Rakanjima and just died. Simsker mentioned what actually happened on the island. Weird spot to put the first reveal. What's this? Because I remember Eva mentioning something like this in episode 4. Or it wasn't even Eva. I remember something about an explosion. being mentioned on Rockin' in episode 4. I don't think this is the first reveal of it. I thought I remember explosion explicitly. Because this part doesn't sound new to me. I feel like it was mentioned during... at the same conversation that mentioned how Eva was in the other mentioned. The Kuadorian? And that an explosion happened at the main mansion that killed everyone while she was there. I knew it from the hints given. Good job. I feel almost like a good 99% sure that an explosion explicitly was mentioned. Can't execute him. Of course we can do that. Can't do that. It's gonna be same. Can't resurrect him. Can't actually kill anyone. What if we... oh, can't even execute Canon. Oh, we can? Oh, wait, no, that's just the same. Yeah, because he was... okay. Which side? Oh, we have her again. State our weapon. Oh. I don't think anything new there. The goats. I don't think you can execute anyone else here. Erica? Oh, she's just straight up gone. Because they completely denied her at the very end there, right? Even with you, there's only 17, something like that was said. Oh man, that's really creepy, actually. Using to execute her. I'm now just pressing, like, execute on each of these guys to see if anything, like, pops up. I don't think we're gonna get that. Oh, no, wait, Angie. Anything new here? Oh, we don't have execute, or... that makes sense. Alright, I assume there's probably nothing else to look at. Imagine if we're being a race change episode 5 and 6 and they're just totally different. I'm running through the... shut up. Stop playing the video. I'm running through the events of the episodes through my head. I think the events of 6 could happen without her present. Like, the way bodies are found, how they go to the guest house, split up into the rooms, like... yeah, Erica suggested splitting them up like that and, like, try to keep things organized, but I think that could happen even without her presence there. And things would be largely unchanged? If, like, a real murder took place and it wasn't some, like, fake thing they were doing to mess with her. I'm thinking purely of the events on the island, not their whole, like, the witch side duel and stuff. Episode 5... could maybe still happen even without her there. You need someone else to like start antagonizing and messing with Natsui. Alright, we'll end by reading whatever episode 7 is supposed to be. Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Today is the day of the funeral for the Golden Witch and her game. The days of the game have now ended, and fond memories are all that remain. There, the cold, hard truth will be revealed, and the game will meet its death. There is a bit of difficulty. Just a bit. At this point, there are no hints, but a confession. So at the end here, I'm still thinking about that. That thing that I had, that, like, a theory that I had involving Shannon as being, like, part of it. It was curious how we saw the same, like, young battler scene. Young battler sprite? Like, that we saw with, when George was talking about how Battler would talk to Shannon and how he's envious of them too. Wasn't really into rural girls or something like that. More reserved girls, I think. I just forgot the exact wording. But he ended up describing what he's likes as basically being Beatrice. And I guess that there was the creation of Beatrice, right? I feel like it could still fit. Having the exact number of people on the island is interesting too. Yeah, it's 17. And I guess there's a fucking bomb. An explosion. Thanks, Ginzo. Rakanjima explosion. Eva escaped alive. At the Kuadorian? Why would she have been there? I guess she actually did solve the epitaph. And she survived because she was there in the Golden Room at the time of the explosion? But then what caused it? Was it actually a like murder case after all? Is it truly an accident? Requiem. Oh man, only 2 more episodes left. Mere bombs can't hurt Eva. Freaking Goda and his small bombs blowing everyone up. Accidentally made too many. The pie he stuffed them in was just a bit too hot. Set him off prematurely. Anyway. Let me click start in that just so it doesn't show me the thing. Oops, clicked out of it. Oh boy. But yet so far, I feel like would have seen this episode helps the Shannon thing that I was thinking of. I think I started thinking of it in episode 5. If not episode 5, then for sure I started thinking of it somewhere in the middle of episode 6. And so far, I feel like it works. Because what are the? There's all of that, and then there's also the big thing where Battler isn't Asimu's son. Rudolph wanted to tell Battler and, by extension, Kyrie something. That much was confirmed this episode too. Something they both for sure didn't know, which I think has to do with the whole pregnancy thing from before that we know of. And it... And it had... And that still solidifies my theory even more that Battler is actually Kyrie's son. Because how can you not think that when Angie and Battler look so similar to each other, but yet they're supposed to have different parents? Or not different parents, but different mothers? Like, I doubt Rudolph genes are just that strong to produce, like, similar-looking children with two different women. There's all of that. Any other, like... Battler's thing, the sin, which I think is related to Shannon. I feel like Shannon also fits just because of how much she's involved with her family, knows about it, how long she's worked there. How she's also involved in keeping Kinzo's death a secret. Any other big, interesting mysteries? Maria claims to have seen Beatrice many times before. Could that just have been... Could that have just been Shannon, like, dressing as Beatrice? Pretending to be the type of girl that Battler mentioned? She certainly has the physique. When you see that Beatrice that's like in the, like, kind of suit and skirt type of outfit, she does have like a eagle tattoo on her leg. Like Shannon does, they're just on opposite legs, but I wonder if that's still, like, a connection to be made between them. Oh, man. Didn't they also say Beatrice's handwriting is in Maria's diary? They did say that. So Beatrice is a And if it was Shannon, like, this disguising herself, trying to be like the woman Battler described, but he never came, like, after that conversation, I suppose, for like 6 years. Could have just been Shannon doing that, waiting for Battler, but he never came, ended up playing with Maria instead. Teaching her little magic spells. Maybe mixing the idea of the witch with, like, the legends of the island. And that's how that came to be. It would... Because Shannon does have knowledge of, like, the Legends of the Island. Man, I'm talking for a lot here on an ending screen. She knows about the spider web. She knows about the witch. She did claim to have seen, like, butterflies before. She could have been the one that mostly started how the witch would play pranks and stuff. There's a lot of things about, like, the mysteries that seem more plausible for a servant than anyone else. The message bottles, the stories in the message bottles were, like, long and said to have taken a lot of time to write. And what do you really have to do in Island if not a lot of time? Especially 6 years, you can probably make a couple stories like that. So we know Beatrice can write it. That narrows it down. We know, if we go, like, thinking of who can write and who can't, we know Shannon can write. She was asked to write down, like, Kinzo's will or something, whatever that was, in episode 2? Or was it 3? No, it's episode 2. Because Rosa was suspicious of Genji and Shannon being in the study with Kinzo for an extended time. Even the jokes point toward it's. I'm trying to find reasons that might discredit that theory, but I can't think of anything. The motivation, I can't fully think of one, but I feel like there's a lot of connections to her being greatly involved. I'm trying to think of more things. Oh, well. I think it's been a bit long. We're almost reaching 7 hours here. And, I think we picked this back up again. I don't know, Friday or next Friday on the 19th? I guess I'll see how I feel by Friday. If I want to continue it right away or if I want to sit on my theories and stuff for a bit longer. Tomorrow, no, we're playing... yeah, tomorrow we're continuing Tai 3. I have no idea what I'm gonna do Wednesday, though. Or Thursday. Or Friday. I never know what I'm doing multiple days ahead. But tomorrow for sure, I want to continue Tai 3. It's a fun little platforming game. I'm enjoying it. I want to play more platformers. Actually, right now it's fine. Nah, don't you have... Isn't it late for you guys now? Surely you can't stick here for much longer than this. Final Fantasy X2 is a platformer? No, it's an RPG. You can't trick me. I know what it is. Hold on. I'm looking at something real quick. When does Silent Hill F come out? 2 weeks on the 22nd, but that's when that's Sonic Cross Worlds. Oh, it's the 22nd if we get the digital. What the fuck does a digital deluxe version of Silent Hill even come with? A pink rabbit costume. Oh, the white sailor school uniform? Alright, we gotta get the deluxe edition. By I mean, can't get it because it's too much money. I already spent my 70 bucks in Sonic. I like racing games. Alright, but yeah, it's enough yapping. I'm staying here too long. I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna go fall asleep. We're gonna play Tie tomorrow. I'm gonna go. So, anyone wanna watch me? Thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time. See ya, see ya.